tomorrow, when spring comes. Come barefoot, tomorrow. Volume 1 by Misaki Seiji. Translated by Fungus Fan Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade. Prologue. 1001 seconds. After school, I could almost hear the tick, tick, tick of time slowly passing. On a rainy afternoon in the first spring of our high school life, I found myself alone with her in the small club room. Hey, imagine, like, 10 years from now. Nito spoke as if the thought had just struck her. By then we'll have graduated from high school, may or may not have gone to uni, may or may not have jobs. We'll be doing grown-up stuff anyway. I lifted my head and glanced at her. She was hunched over, adjusting the angle of the tripod attached to her smartphone. I was thinking that someday I'll probably look back on these days in the club room with you, Megari, and have fond memories of it. Kinda like, oh, that was my youth. What got you thinking about that all of a sudden? Not sure. Just a hunch, I guess. Her eyes shifted from her hands to me and she smiled. Besides, my hunches are usually pretty spot on. Then let's make sure we remember this conversation 10 years from now, I suppose. Yep. Please do, 'cause I'll probably forget. She'll forget. Yeah. Sounds like the Nito I know. It might have just been a random thought she'd had without much meaning behind it. But in that moment her words felt special to me. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were important somehow, and I wouldn't forget them even after 10, 20 years. Okay, all set. Nodding, Nito sat down in front of the piano. As a test, she let her fingers dance on the keys, playing a mysterious melody. All right. I'm going to start recording. Sorry, but don't talk for a bit. Yeah. What's up? With her fingers still on the keys, Nito peered at my face. Is something going on, Megari? You seem a bit off today. She tilted her head curiously, her eyes piercing through me. You seem kinda spaced out, or like, your reactions are slow. That's fair. I probably did seem off today. I'd been playing an FPS on my handheld console and was losing badly. I was even struggling to keep up with Nito's conversation. All of it, because of the view in front of me. Her silhouette blurred together with the warm colors framing her. Her sky blue painted toenails shone against her bare feet. The melodies that her fingertips played, the dust particles flickering in the sunset air, and the uncertain future 10 years from now. My emotions were a dam about to burst as I took it all in, and I couldn't hold them back anymore. I like you, Nito. The words poured from my mouth before I realized. Will you go out with me? Her smartphone's camera was probably already recording. It captured everything, but I couldn't stop myself. Nito was silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. Really? You're saying that now? Yeah, sorry. Don't people usually confess more formally than that? Another fair point. Things had escalated quickly. I should have come up with a better plan. In hindsight, confessing on a whim might have been a pain. My anxiety started to skyrocket. Regret was overloading my brain's CPU. I bit my lip. I've failed. I'm about to be rejected. Here it comes. Please take care of me, Nito said. If you're okay with me, then please take care of me. I looked at her as she lined up her nail-polished toes on the floor. Her eyes, swirling with countless specks of light, stared straight at me. For real? For real? Not joking? Dead serious? With me? Who else would it be? She looked a little embarrassed and smiled shyly. I let out a whoop of joy. I grabbed her hand, practically jumping with joy. It feels like I'm dreaming. Thank you. Wow, you're really that happy? Heck yeah. You're gonna be my girlfriend, right? Yeah, I'll be your girlfriend. Saying it out loud like that is so embarrassingly cringy. With her cheeks in flames, Nito looked at me shyly. She hesitated for a second, as if choosing her next words carefully. Let's support each other, okay? Looking at that face, I was sure, it wasn't just a feeling, it was fact. I knew for sure that many joyous days were ahead of us. We were going to be very happy. This is the beginning. Nito, me. This place. Our 3 years of high school would start right here, right now. Next thing I knew, I was shouting like crazy. We'll definitely be happy together. And then, Chapter 1. Rewrite treatment. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and my high school life came to an end. Having finished attending the graduation ceremony, I was sitting on a bench near the main gate reminiscing about the day of my entrance ceremony. It went by so quickly, didn't it? A faint, lustrous scent hung in the air. The gentle noon sunlight caressed our uniforms. What met my eyes were countless cherry blossom petals dancing in the spring breeze. The pale pink undulated, swirled, and flowed like a living creature. The black of our graduates' uniforms really stood out against the color. A sense of excitement reminiscent of a movie's final scene filled the air. I remembered a scene just like this one playing out 3 years ago, on the day of our entrance ceremony, the school filled with contrasting cherry blossom pink and black. It feels like something straight out of a top-notch manga, don't you think? I said to Makoto, sitting beside me. You know how the first and last chapters have those scenes that repeat? That's probably the only thing that makes high school life bearable. So, like, everything else is just tossed out. For some reason, Makoto, who had been watching the scene in front of us, let out an amused laugh. All the high school memories, events, and little things, throw them all away. Short golden hair swaying, Makoto looked at me with mischief written on her face. The uniform looked stylish on her petite body. Her overall outfit, which technically violated school rules, suited her mature face surprisingly well. True, I guess. But I suppose it wasn't all bad. Wasting my youth with you, I mean. Megari-senpai. Makoto laughed again. But if I'm honest, I feel a bit sad. I'd wanted to spend my time here more meaningfully. Studying, club activities, friendships, and romance. I'd wanted to do all the fun things I was meant to do in the prime of my life. But in reality, it's just as Makoto said, the 1 year before she entered this high school plus the 2 years after that, I couldn't fully commit to anything, or give it my all where it mattered most. I kind of just drifted along. My grades were terrible. I didn't have very many friends, and barely any memorable moments to be proud of. I'd been a super lazy person since I was a kid, so that always put me at a disadvantage. It was my fault though, so I had no right to complain. I'd really hoped my 3rd year would be way more exciting and eventful. You know, you've got FOMO, fear of missing out. I get it. Not everyone can have all that though. Only a few people can, I suppose. That's something people fall back on, but I still think working hard is a talent, too. Those who can do it, do, and those who can't, can't. A small part of the difference between them might have been upbringing or life experiences, but the biggest part was simply innate ability. Obviously getting hung up on that wouldn't change a single thing, so it wasn't an excuse not to work hard. But personally, I think it's true. And I didn't have any natural talent either. Amazing people are really amazing, I guess. Yep. They're on a whole other plane of existence than us. They just keep pushing and pushing, endlessly. Right? How the heck can they do that? There's a high chance we both had the same girl in mind right now. Another member of the astronomy club Makoto and I belong to. Nito Chika. She'd been through 3 crazy years and become successful in the blink of an eye. She drifted so far away now that she's completely out of reach. She didn't even show up to today's graduation ceremony. She must have been too busy with work to make time for something like this. Makes sense, I guess. She'd started living in a dorm in the city center after she moved out of her parents' house. She came to school on breaks between work, and that's about it. That's what she'd said in a video of her being interviewed I saw online anyway. Actually, wasn't the first time we met near this very spot on entrance ceremony day? Oh, sorry. The cherry blossoms were so beautiful that I couldn't see where I was going. Nice to meet you. I'm Nito Chika. It's as if I could suddenly hear her voice. They were the same words as that day. Her pleasant voice resonated in my ears, but it was. Looks like Nito-senpai's video reached over 200 million views. Drowned out by Makoto's sudden offhand remark. Wow, her name was even mentioned as a candidate for this year's Kohaku Utagassen, an annual music program in Japan that has been airing on New Year's Eve since 1951. It features a singing competition between the red team and the white team, with popular artists from various genres performing live. Seriously? She's at that level now? They say she's been booked for performances overseas too. Wow. As I gave Makoto dumb responses, I tried to remember Nito's face, her smiling face, her angry face, her face when she was on the verge of tears. All those faces I must have stared at time and again in the club room after school, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember them. Megari-kun, Megari Sakamoto-kun. Oh, what a nice name. Instead, I thought I heard her voice again, before it was snatched away by the wind. Section. All right then. Thanks for the past 2 years. No, I have a feeling our paths will cross again sooner or later. Could be. We might accidentally end up as classmates at the same UNI or something. But senpai, that'd make you my junior. Oh please no, let's not go there. At the front of the school gate, I bantered back and forth with Makoto, who had come to see me off. Starting this spring, I'll be a Ronin. I half-assed studying for exams, so I'd ended up not having the score to get into my first choice of university, or my backups for that matter. I reap what I sow, I suppose. But for real, if I fail 2 years in a row and end up as Makoto's junior, it'll seriously kill me. If that happens, my dwindling self-esteem will be erased completely. I breathed out a sigh as the wind swept through the area. With my vision blocked by flower petals, my nose caught a nostalgic scent again. You're thinking about Nito-senpai, aren't you? Makoto read my mind. Kinda. Yeah. Isn't that a bit pathetic? Still being hung up on your ex like that? Well, it's normal to still have some lingering feelings. Is it not? I mean, yeah. I guess it'd be normal when it's someone like her. She's right about that. Nito and I had actually been dating for a while before the breakup. So, we were in the typical ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend relationship now. In hindsight, it must have been love at first sight. I fell in love with her on the spot when I happened to bump into her near this gate. On the day of the entrance ceremony, I'd been quick to confess that love, while also being prepared for rejection. Her long hair, her radiant smile, her melodious footsteps, and the light blue of her toenail polish were vividly etched in my memory. Anyway, let's just try to forget about it and move on, okay? Makoto said with a rare gentle smile. The other person was the school's most popular girl and is now a national musician. You were never really in the same world to begin with. Yeah, you're right, as she said. Nito was way out of my league. It's sad to admit, but I'm an underwhelming average guy with nothing special about me in any way. My looks are average, my personality is average, and my abilities are average. I also have a bit of an otaku side, which is pretty average for our generation. So I never understood why a girl like Nito, who was very popular with boys back then, chose me of all people to date. There was a queue of guys vying for her attention, so why did she choose me? I sighed again, looking up at the school building. If I were to compare my high school years to a manga, this would be about where the epilogue ends. Filled with regret until the very end. What was my high school story all about? Makoto, still beside me, sounded confused as she glanced around. I wonder what's going on. Everyone's acting kinda weird, don't you think? Yeah, I think so too. As I looked over in that direction, I noticed that the graduating and current students, who up until that point were happily chatting and taking pictures and videos, now wore worried looks and were murmuring quietly. Some stared intently at their smartphone screens, while others frantically typed out messages. Some were saying stuff like, "No way, is this for real?" And "but we haven't seen her recently. Did something big happen? Hopefully, it's not a disaster or anything like that. This can't be true." Why? One of the graduates suddenly yelled. It was a petite, flashy-looking girl, her lips trembling. I recognized her as Nito's childhood friend. Since the 20th, that's like a week ago. I didn't hear anything about this. Her outburst caused even more of a commotion. The murmurs grew louder. What the heck's going on? Megari-senpai. Makoto, who'd been looking at her smartphone, sounded tense. Take a look at this. She turned the screen towards me, bewildered. I looked at the news article displayed on the screen. Breaking news: singer Nito leaves behind suicide note and goes missing. At noon on the 27th, Integrate Mag, the agency representing singer Nito, 18, revealed that they have lost contact with her. According to the press release, they lost contact with Nito after a rehearsal in the city on the 20th, when they visited her apartment, where she lived alone, they found a letter addressed to an acquaintance. A search request has already been filed, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department is currently trying to locate Nito. Nito, a singer-songwriter who debuted after her cover song video, posted on a video sharing site during her first year of high school, went viral. Popular among the younger generation, she has a mysterious presence and a strong influence among them. Her latest songs have received high praise not only in Japan but also overseas, with performances scheduled in the United States, the United Kingdom, and China. Huh? I couldn't wrap my head around it. I understood the words. I understood the meaning. But I couldn't quite accept it as reality. Nito, missing. No contact for a week. A suicide note left at her apartment. Should we just try calling her or something? Still sounding tense, Makoto began swiping on her phone's screen. Her fingers were trembling slightly, and I could tell she was unusually upset. Maybe it's just fake news. Makoto pulled up Nito's contact information and hit call, after a few long seconds with the phone pressed to her ear. No good. It's not connecting. She looked up at me, as if pleading for help. What should we do? What can we do? I couldn't find the words to answer that. Memories of her flashed through my mind. Nito, who was always smiling. Nito, who was a hard worker. Nito, who was friendly but had a lazy side too, and yet stepped onto a stage worthy of her charm. I'm looking forward to high school life. Let's have a good 3 years together. Megari-kun. Her voice echoed in my head. Senpai, where are you going? Before I knew it, I'd started walking. My feet naturally led me to that place. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. There might not be any point in going there. Yet, for some reason, I couldn't stop myself. I wanted to feel Nito's presence, even just a little. Hey, senpai. Wait up, please. Without answering the flustered Makoto, who was following me, I headed toward the school building in a daze. Section. I stopped in front of the astronomy club room. In front of the small room where Nito, Makoto, and I had spent so much time. The door was carelessly unlocked, and I stumbled inside. Makoto followed me. Senpai. Why did this happen? It felt like all the strength had left my body. I couldn't even muster the energy to reply to Makoto's concerned look, and I slumped down into a nearby chair. What does missing even mean? I couldn't believe it. And a suicide note too. My memories of her and what was in the news article didn't match. We had spent a lot of time together in this very room. I raised my head and looked around. Stuff belonging to the school was scattered everywhere, like mineral samples and an old world map that still showed Germany divided into East and West. There was a broken radio cassette player, a desk covered in graffiti, and a dusty plaster bust. While it was technically the astronomy club room, it was used more like a storage room for unwanted crap. Many old and worn-out items were stored in the musty air. The only things belonging to the club itself were a telescope and a star chart. And the piano. An upright piano placed in the corner of the room. My eyes were naturally drawn to it. In the early days of the club, Nito would write songs, perform them on that piano, and upload the videos online. After everything that happened, that thing feels like a part of her. An empty shell that she'd left behind. Senpai, Makoto called out to me, her voice gentle. Let's take it easy for now, okay? Should I go buy us some drinks? No, it's fine. I didn't feel like drinking anything. Is there something I can do? The thought crossed my mind briefly, but I quickly dismissed it. The cops were already on the move. Anything I did at this point would just be getting in the way. So, for now, in this place, I just tried to remember her face, her words, the time we spent together. Scenes that should have been burned into my eyes, and the sound of her singing I'd heard again and again. It was supposed to be easy to remember. Whenever we were hanging out, I'd often think to myself, I'll never forget this scene. But, it was all fuzzy in my mind. My memories of her were fading. I can't remember. I fumbled for the memories, but there was no doubt about it. It's been almost 3 years since we started dating and nearly 2 years since our inevitable breakup. With that much time having passed, my daily life with Nito was beginning to become a distant memory. This can't be real. Forgetting like this. Oh, that's it. An idea struck me and I latched onto it. Moving to the front of the piano, I opened the lid and reached out my hand to touch the dirty keys. And Senpai slowly started to feel out the melody of Nito's song. Honestly, I've hardly ever played the piano, and I'm not even that knowledgeable about music, but I felt out the melody all the same, note by note. If I don't do this, I feel like she'll disappear. I feel like her existence will disappear along with my memories. I kept messing up, but I tried to follow her song as best I could on the piano. It didn't go smoothly at first, but slowly it started coming together. Wow, you remember it pretty well, huh? Makoto, next to me, laughed painfully. I'd almost forgotten that song. I really liked this one, it's my favorite, I replied. My fingers still awkwardly placed on the keys. It's been stuck in my head all this time. I said that to console myself, but honestly, I probably didn't understand it at all. I definitely didn't understand Nito. I'd never felt the slightest hint that she'd be pushed to the brink like this someday, or that she'd completely disappear. I believed that she was a girl who was untouchable by such tragedies. If only I'd noticed. If only I'd understood Nito better. Would the future have turned out differently? Could I have taken away some of her pain? You really still love her, don't you? For some reason, Makoto's voice sounded resigned. Even now, you can't get Nito-senpai out of your head. Yeah, I guess so. I gave her a firm nod. I think that's probably true. As I finished playing the melody, I opened my heart to Makoto. I still have feelings for Nito, even now. The next instant light engulfed my vision. Wah! A blinding flash of light. I reflexively closed my eyes against the pure white light. After a few seconds, the image burned into my retina, faded, and I cautiously opened my eyes. Huh? I was floating in darkness. Everything else had vanished, and I was floating in a completely dark space. I couldn't feel any gravity. There was no heat or cold. It just felt like nothing. Looking around, I could see several lights orbiting my body. Dazzling lights of different sizes and speeds, like revolving planets. What is this? Despite my confusion, the lights gradually rotated faster and faster. The light turned into a whirl, swirling around me at high speed until my vision was filled with pink light. It felt familiar for some reason. I had no idea what was going on, yet, for whatever reason, it was a strangely comforting experience. After a moment, I realized cherry blossoms. Countless cherry blossom petals were dancing around me. I suddenly noticed the overwhelming scent of flowers. It felt like a warm spring breeze was brushing against my skin. Thud. Something hit my chest. Oh, sorry. I heard a voice. The cherry blossoms were so beautiful that I couldn't see where I was going. A familiar one. The voice of someone who used to be very dear to me and who was always by my side. The wind stopped, and the storm of cherry blossoms settled down. Gravity returned, and petals fell softly to the ground, clearing my vision. There was a girl in front of me. She had long black hair, which she held back with one hand, and a bright, composed face with a smile lighting it up. It was Nito. Her straight posture, her slender fingers, and the shiny toes of her loafers. Nice to meet you. I'm Nito Chika. Those were her words to me. You're a first year too, right? Her glossy black hair, her curious yet demure eyes, her porcelain-like nose, and her brightly colored thin lips. No mistaking it. Without a doubt in my mind, Nito Chika was standing right in front of me. Wow! Unconsciously, I looked around. Somehow we were standing near the main gate. The gate had a characteristic worn and the mossy appearance of a public school. A dreary car park was nearby. Beyond that, I could see the entrance to our 50-year-old Imanuma High School and a fountain that had probably been in operation for the same length of time. Students wearing the same uniform as us were gathered around, and there were some adults who appeared to be parents. The lively chatter, and the festive atmosphere that filled the air. I'd seen this scene before. It was the entrance ceremony 3 years ago, the day Nito and I met. Hey, Nito peered at my face with a puzzled look. What's up? You're spacing out. Yeah. I cleared my throat quietly and answered, feeling dazed. Yeah, I'm a first year too. My name's Megari Sakamoto. As I said that, I realized it was the same line I'd used 3 years ago. That's right, back then, On the day of the entrance ceremony, Nito and I bumped into each other in a storm of cherry blossoms. That was the beginning of everything. Megari-kun. Megari Sakamoto-kun. Nito repeated my name as if rolling it around in her mouth. Wow, that's a nice name, she said, smiling. Seeing her expression, I finally understood. This is a hallucination. This is just all a hallucination I'm seeing after the shock of Nito's disappearance. As proof of that, everything was just like it was 3 years ago. The scenery, the words coming out of Nito's mouth, even down to the stiffness of the loafers I wore. Everything was a recreation of that day. Taking a closer look, Nito was much less fashionable compared to her recent self. Though she became much more fashionable over the 3 years of high school, the person in front of me was definitely the first-year version of her, still giving off a junior high schooler vibe. And I'd completely returned to my past self, too. My head was a bit cold given I'd cut my hair too short, and I carried a brand new bag. My uniform felt stiff and a little big for me. That makes sense as I remember buying one size larger in anticipation of my growth spurt. Well, that settles it then. It must be a hallucination. I was replaying the convenient parts of my memory, trying to protect myself from the shock. So that's how it is. Realizing that brought me a huge sense of relief. If it's just a hallucination, it only makes sense for Nito to be standing in front of me. I'd been thrown for a loop to begin with, but now I understood it. It all seemed so simple. Still, it was an incredibly high-resolution hallucination. All the other students around me had returned to what they looked like back then too. I could even see teachers I'd completely forgotten existed after they transferred to different schools. But I suppose things like this could happen. Maybe, despite my appearance, I've had some crazy photographic memory talent hidden away. Chika. Why yes. Someone had called out to Nito. Sorry, gotta go. Oh, right. I'm looking forward to high school life. Let's have a good 3 years together, Megari-kun. With that, Nito waved and ran towards the source of the voice, and then it hit me. Ah, that's right. That hand wave, and those nimble footsteps, they were what made me fall in love with her instantly. But seriously, this hallucination has gone on way too long. The entrance ceremony and class orientation had ended. Finally free, I walked down the hallway muttering to myself. At first, I thought it was a pleasant hallucination. I mean, I got to see Nito again and relive those memories. My feelings had settled down a bit because of that. I figure I'll be able to handle things more calmly once I get back to reality. That's great and all, but it has already been around 3 hours since the hallucination started. What's going on? Is it normal to have a hallucination that lasts this long? Maybe I fainted in real life. And, seriously, it's way too realistic. This almost feels real. Yep, it's too realistic. Every detail is just too vivid in this hallucination. Is this what they call 5K? Don't these things usually have some blurry parts? Since it was so realistic, I tried fixing a few mistakes I'd made in real life. Like, my self-introduction in class. 3 years ago, I tried to tell a joke and completely bombed. Because of that, I ended up being ostracized by my class right from the get-go. So, in this hallucination, I just kept it simple and safe. I also remembered the time I forgot to take a form home for my parents to sign and ended up getting put on blast by my homeroom teacher. So, I made sure to put that in my bag, too. Doing things like that, the version of me in this hallucination can start a new life that's at least better than reality. Good luck, me. On the flip side, though, it made me reevaluate real life. Nito really is amazing after all. Nito, who was in the same class as me, was just as much of a superheroine as she was in real life. As she had the best grades in the entrance exam, she was chosen to rep the new students and give a speech at the entrance ceremony. In class, she was quickly made the class rep and confidently greeted everyone on the first day. She treated her classmates equally, attracted attention from lots of boys because of her beauty, and was clearly trusted by the teachers. Yep, that's right. That's how she was right from the start. Caught up in the nostalgia, I unintentionally let those words slip. Back when Nito wasn't Nito yet, but just someone who was there by my side, laughing with me, despite it being my second time, Despite having already experienced it, she was still as dazzling as ever. That's what I was reminded of after such a long time. But I should be able to see a slightly different side of her pretty soon. So she should be in here right now, right? Muttering, I stopped in front of a certain room, the astronomy club room. In real life, I ran into her here on the day of the entrance ceremony too. I was interested in astronomy and dreamed of becoming an academic someday. I thought joining the astronomy club would make my high school life more meaningful. And, in that club room, I ended up running into Nito in the most unexpected way. You've got this. I mentally pumped myself up. I grabbed the doorknob and opened it forcefully. Huh? As I'd predicted, Nito was there, sitting on a chair in the old, run-down room. Her beautiful black hair I'd been admiring in class earlier, her white cheeks and round eyes that reflected the afternoon sunlight, appearing as if they were scattering light. Mind you, her posture was a big contrast to the impression she gave off in class. Firstly, she'd taken off her indoor shoes and socks. Also, her bare legs were crossed on top of the desk in front of her. And, as if that wasn't enough, the shorts under her skirt were completely exposed. There she was, her bad manners on full display, slouched in the chair. To top it all off, she had a game console in her hands, completely engrossed in playing some FPS or other. Whoa. She flipped over. With a loud noise, Nito toppled over along with her chair. Why, you okay? Ouch. I hurried over and reached out my hand to her. Nito frowned and grasped my hand, then staggered to her feet. Sorry for showing you a weird side of me. You're Megari-kun, right? Right. And sorry for barging in so suddenly. I didn't think anyone would be in here. I know, right? Ha ha. She laughed, and I was once again struck by a strange feeling. This is too real to be a hallucination, isn't it? I really showed you an embarrassing side of me. Nito chuckled and rubbed her sore butt. She must have hit it pretty hard. I wanted to keep this side of me a secret. Ha ha. Talk about bad luck right from the first day, huh? I couldn't help but chuckle a bit at our nostalgic banter. It was hard to square this Nito with the current one in real life. Genius musician Nito, model student Nito-san, lazily playing games in a club room, huh? Aren't you surprised? Nito peered at my face curiously. I mean, I showed you a completely different side of me than the one in class. Yeah, that's right. I reacted too late and panicked. No, I was surprised. You're way different from the image I had of you until just now. I know, right? Nito said with a wry smile. She wiggled her nail-polished toes restlessly. I thought I'd try to be the perfect student at school. You know. That's right. Nito Chika was this kind of girl. I knew she had multiple sides. First, Nito the model student, top grades, beautiful, and the pure-hearted heroine of the school. She was the total package, turning heads and capturing the hearts of both guys and girls alike. Nito Chika, the embodiment of perfection. Second, Nito the singer, the shadowy genius who sings against the backdrop of a nostalgic old club room. That's the public image of the mysterious musician Nito. Third, club room Nito, a chill, lazy high school girl and a bit of a slob. The relatable girl next door Nito. All these sides of her were genuine, but for me, the carefree Nito in front of me is the easiest to get along with. Oh, by the way, Megari-kun, are you interested in joining the astronomy club? Yep, I was planning on it. I see. Me too. Actually, well, I'm not really into astronomy though. I just wanted to use this room, Nito said with a mischievous smile. My older sister is a graduate from here. She told me there'd be an empty club room this year. So, you took the chance to slack off and I caught you in the act. Pretty much. With a giggle, Nito playfully bumped her shoulder against mine. Well, I didn't think anyone would come on the first day. I messed up, didn't I? That expression, her casual touch and the tickling scent of her shampoo were also nostalgically familiar. Well, things don't always go as planned, do they? As I walked towards the piano, I couldn't help taking a sarcastic jab at myself. I felt like talking a little bit. Back then, I had high hopes for my high school life. I wanted to have a great time, make lots of memories, and get closer to my dreams. I placed my fingers on the piano keys, As I gently pressed down, a simple la-ah sound echoed through the after-hours school building. But before I knew it, it was over without me being able to do anything. I'm full of regrets. I knew it would happen, but I couldn't change. What do you mean? Nito gave me a confused look. It was over? You couldn't change? Yep, that's just about how I thought you'd react. It's such a realistic hallucination. It's not like Nito would conveniently know about my regrets here. For a bit of comfort, I started to trace Nito's song on the piano keys again. Nito's eyes went wide. Oh, right. That's the kind of reaction I'll get. This Nito hadn't written the song yet, and a boy in front of her was playing the melody she would later create. I'm no musician, so I can't fully imagine, but it probably felt pretty bizarre. But, I mean, I'm glad I got to see you again. I smiled at the Nito in front of me. I'm glad I could see you one last time, Nito, even if it's just a hallucination. What do you mean by that? The moment Nito opened her mouth, I finished playing the melody. Light engulfed my vision. After a second, everything went pitch black. The lights began to swirl around my body. Exclamation mark. It was the same strange space as when the hallucination started. As the lights rotated faster and faster, everything in front of me was painted white. Senpai, senpai. First, that voice struck my ears. What's wrong? You suddenly spaced out. When I came to, Makoto was in front of me. Looking around, it was the same old, familiar club room. But the setup in this room was different from the one I was in with Nito just a moment ago. The map and the radio cassette player were slightly more worn, and the curtains more faded. And, most importantly, my uniform actually fit me. A small flower decoration for graduates was pinned on the chest. The hallucination had ended. It was just a daydream. Brought on by the shock of Nito's disappearance, it ended, and I returned to reality. No, sorry. It's nothing. Really? Well, if you say so. Yeah, sorry for worrying you. All right then. I guess it's time to go home. Alrighty, let's go. Having talked it out, we left the club room. We changed our shoes at the entrance, and headed for the main gate, where a bunch of students were still remaining. The end of a dream is always bittersweet. I wanted to talk to Nito a little more. There were things I wanted to say and things I wanted to ask. If possible, I wanted to apologize too. But, yeah, I feel much better now. As I took a deep breath, a faint sweet scent tickled my nose. There's no point in panicking anymore. There's nothing I can do, so I'll just wait patiently for more news. What other choice do I have? Whatever happens, Nito probably won't be a part of my life anymore. Section R. There you are, Sakamoto. As we approached the main gate, a graduate suddenly called out to me. It was Nishigami, a guy who'd been in the same class as me in our first and third years. He was surrounded by a few of his friends. They came over to us with concerned looks. Hey bro. You okay? Man, your ex, what happened to her? Aigar Rashi-san was hyperventilating and had to be taken to the hospital. We're worried about you. I was thrown for a loop as they started bombarding me with questions. Well, yeah. Honestly, I'm freaking out a bit. Aigar Rashi-san, the girl who'd broken down earlier. She collapsed. This has really become a big deal. Besides all that, I had a not-so-pleasant memory of Nishigami and his group. My self-introduction on the day of the entrance ceremony, where I slipped up badly in real life, had led to my failed attempt to become friends with Nishigami's group. We'd been chatting a bit before that, but the distance between us grew after the disastrous self-introduction. They weren't necessarily bad guys, but I seemed to be a pretty weird person to them after that. Makes sense I guess, considering how much I messed up from the start. That was the first stumbling block of my high school life. It became the starting point for my endless stream of slip-ups. So, even when they spoke to me like this, I couldn't help but feel awkward. Besides, there was one more thing that bothered me. Wait, Nishigami, did I ever tell you and the others I was dating Nito? I feel like I hadn't revealed that to them. I didn't intentionally hide it, but only a few students around us should have known that Nito and I were dating. It was kind of embarrassing to go around telling people. So why does Nishigami, who who I barely talked to, know about it? Could it be that it turned into a huge rumor and I just didn't notice? Nah. But Nishigami just laughed with a face that said, "You're kidding, right? You asked us for advice all the time during our first year. Like, where you should go on a date or what clothes to wear, shit like that, huh? Like, you basically humble bragged about it while we were eating lunch together, remember? You were trying to show off to us single guys." Nishigami and his friends laughed among themselves. Wait. Asking them for advice? Eating lunch together? I didn't do that. I never did that. Anyway, if anything happens, just hit us up. Nishigami put his hand on my shoulder, his expression serious. We can't do much, but we can at least lend an ear if you wanna talk or need some advice. Yeah man. Don't even think twice about it. All right then. Just like that, they left through the main gate. As I watched them walk away, I was still a bit dumbfounded. Still, I desperately tried to organize the conversation in my head. Has the past been rewritten? I muttered before I could catch myself. Yes, that's the only thing that makes sense. I'd 100% messed up my self-introduction. After that, I hardly talked to Nishigami and his group, until today. There's no way I could have gotten their advice or eaten lunch with them, but in the hallucination, in that bizarrely vivid illusion, I managed to avoid bungling my self-introduction. Am I in that future right now? The hallucination I just had. Am I now living what comes after it? Senpai, Makoto, who had been anxiously watching our conversation, spoke up. Yeah, what's up? I think something's wrong with me. What is? My memory's changed, huh? I couldn't help but stare at her. Senpai, you were supposed to have hardly any friends in class. That's why you used to come to the club room during lunch breaks, and I joined you. But when you played the piano, when you played Nito Senpai's song in the club room just now, suddenly, my memory changed. Makoto looked around nervously before focusing her gaze on me. I remember you having normal friends and eating lunch with them. With the help of Makoto's words, a theory formed in my mind. I thought what I saw earlier was a hallucination. I thought it was a fleeting dream my desires had shown me. But if my past had actually changed, if reality had changed to match that illusion, did I go back 3 years? Those words slipped from my lips. Did I go back to when I first met Nito, back to my first year? That's got to be it. That's the only thing that makes sense. The time travel scene in sci-fi novels and manga. Did that really happen to me? When I played Nito's song in the club room, some mysterious power was at work. And then I went back to my first year and slightly changed a few things. If that's true, as I thought about it, an idea floated up in my mind. If I could go back to that time again, if I could redo everything from the start, a glimmer of hope sprouted in my chest. Even if it might just be a pipe dream, can I save Nito? I muttered softly, as if to confirm to myself. Chapter 2. Springtime Machine Disco. Predicting things is the most interesting game in the world. It has never once gotten old for me. Like, if I put my head down and start studying seriously for a test, I probably won't fail. If I make an effort to socialize with people more this year, I can make friends. If I talk to Nito during the next break, I can patch things up with her. If I knuckle down and study hard for entrance exams this summer, I might be able to scrape through and get into a university. Relying on those predictions, I fooled myself into thinking I still had some potential and ended up endlessly procrastinating. And by the time I realized they were more like delusions than actual predictions, it was already too late. It was too late to recover that lost time. At that point, I couldn't really change my attitude anymore. I wasted time pointlessly, not lifting a finger. And now I'm stuck with this disappointing present. That's more or less how my high school life ended. And today, here I am, having made several more predictions. This time, though, it's not a delusion, it's a genuine prediction, hopefully. So, it's still just a theory, but I showed Makoto the notebook I had hastily written last night, sacrificing my precious sleep in the process. I pointed to the jam-packed page where that theory was written. I wanna test it first, to see if my prediction is correct. As in, if it's really possible to change the past. This is probably the most motivated I've been since starting high school. Something unfamiliar and hot was rising up in my chest. Maybe this is what they call hope. When I saw that faint glimmer of possibility, I couldn't help but seize the moment and take action. But, compared to how wound up I was, Makoto, sitting across from me, lethargically sipped her iced tea through a straw. She turned away and stared out the window. Change the past. To save Nito-senpai. Is that the TLDR? It was the day after the graduation ceremony. Despite it being midday, the fast food joint near our school was packed. There were men in suits who appeared to be working, and young people around our age who seemed to be studying. A group of lively UNI students sat at a nearby table. Just the sight of them was enough to drain my mental energy, knowing I was a Ronin now. But now isn't the time to talk about stuff like that. The matter at hand was yesterday's mysterious phenomenon. Based on that, I'd constructed a theory. One that could save Nito by changing the past. And I was determined to test it out, no matter what it took. So, I need your help, Makoto. Again, I delivered my heartfelt plea to her. Look, I'm a graduate now. I can't get into the school without your help, 'cause you're still a student. The trigger for time travel is likely playing the piano. By playing Nito's song, I was sent back 3 years to the day of the entrance ceremony, and then I came back to the present by playing it again. So, the trigger has to be the piano. In short, if I touched those keys again, if I played Nito's song in the astronomy club room, I just might be able to travel back 3 years. Sure, there were a lot of uncertainties. Like, there's no guarantee the piano was the real trigger, and even if I could travel to the past, I didn't know if it'd be the same past as the one 3 years ago. As long as I didn't know the rules behind it, anything could happen. That being so, all I needed to do was experiment. Well, there's no point just thinking about it. I have to test it out and see the results. For that to happen, I needed Makoto's help. That's why I asked Makoto to meet up with me today on such short notice. But Makoto seemed surprisingly lethargic. Senpai, you sometimes get like this, don't you? Makoto let out a bored sigh. It's like you're a science geek or something. You're just throwing all these technical terms at me. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sorry. As someone who once aspired to be an astronomer, I sometimes get carried away with my explanations. I guess some people might just say I'm an otaku who talks too fast. My grades were too shit to confidently call myself a science major though. And, Makoto finally turned to face me. I think it's impossible, to be honest. Impossible? What is? Everything, from start to finish. Crossing her arms and tilting her head slightly, Makoto continued. Time travel? Changing the past? You don't seriously believe that's possible, do you? I mean, you can't just expect me to suddenly believe something like it's just too much of a stretch. She had a point. Well, yeah, going back in time was something you only saw in sci-fi manga and anime. Even if it's possible, saving Nito is a huge leap to make. But Makoto, didn't you say your memories changed? Yes, that's true. Makoto gave an immediate nod. It's true, my memories have changed from you being a loner to actually having friends. See? That's proof, isn't it? Proof that the past was changed. Nah, I think it was just a misunderstanding. Maybe both of us were just confused and temporarily went a bit loopy. You really think so? It's more likely than time traveling back 3 years, isn't it? Another fair point. It's hard for me to argue with that. Plus, even if you can change it, what are you planning to actually do? How are you going to save Nito-senpai? Oh, yes, about that. I flipped through the pages of my notebook and moved from the phenomenon analysis section to the Nito rescue plan section. I'd carefully planned that part too. Of course, there are lots of things to think about, but I figured priority number 1 should be the astronomy club's survival. The astronomy club? Yep. It was disbanded after my first year. We kept using the club room without permission for a while, but it was basically just squatting at that point. The astronomy club where Nito and I met, when we started high school, It was hanging on by a thread. That year, it fell below the minimum number of members required and was disbanded by the time our second year rolled around. In turn, it was one of the main reasons Nito and I drifted apart. Anyway, we continued using the club room without permission, and Makoto, who came later, also hung out there. But there's no doubt that it deepened the rift between Nito and me. I should add, because of that, Makoto isn't technically a junior of the astronomy club. Instead, she's more like a fellow member of club room squatters. When you put it like that, it kind of has a student protest vibe to it. So, first, I'm thinking of recruiting members to stop the club from disappearing. And how exactly is that gonna save Nito-senpai? Like, if the astronomy club exists, Nito-senpai won't disappear? Well, I was thinking about a lot of things yesterday. I crossed my arms and looked down at the table. An ad for a part-time job was stuck to my tray. Would you like to join our staff? Hourly wages starting from 960 yen. Students and housewives welcome. Her music career seemed seriously tough, especially after second year. I don't know how to put it. She was really famous, but she became gloomier than before. She seemed more like the singer Nito even when she was at school. Really? I probably didn't notice. Yeah, well, I guess I didn't really notice it back then either, but you know, I was going through old pictures on my phone recently, and I remembered something. Maybe because of the gap between my perception and reality, I always thought, wow, Nito is amazing, and that she was doing great, but maybe there were signs that it wasn't really like that. They were pictures of Nito from her first and second year, and some playful videos that I'd taken. While subtle, I thought I caught glimpses of Nito's changes in them. Her sad look and the lack of energy in her voice, the random negative comments, or the fact that she wasn't as talkative. Maybe those were her signs. Honestly, though, I can't be sure if that'll lead to the reason for her disappearance. I'd be the first to admit that. The reality was there'd been no new info from the authorities since. There was rampant speculation online about the cause, but at the end of the day, they were all just rumors. She might have disappeared for reasons completely beyond my imagination. You know what? I thought the first step was to be there for her, and be the kind of person she could talk to about her problems. But to be honest, I ended up giving up, and we drifted apart. Now, though, I really want to step up and support her, in a way that truly matters. I see. That's why I want to give it a shot. I need your help so I can play the piano in the club room. Makoto fiddled with the wrapper of her straw with her fingertips. The damp wrapper gradually crumbled under her nails. At the very least, it didn't look like she agreed with my opinion. Why do you seem so against it? I asked hesitantly. You still don't believe it? It's not just that I don't believe it. Makoto leaned her elbow on the table. She stared out the window and let out a sigh tinged with sadness. Is it really okay to change the past? Hey, you guys. Wah! Someone abruptly called out to us from behind. Startled, I spun around. Who are you? It was someone I didn't know. A random young guy was standing behind us. He had a dignified and well-defined face, a slight wrinkle between his eyebrows, thin lips that exuded confidence, and a well-toned body. He appeared to be in his early 20s, give or take a few years. He had this kind of intimidating aura, like a tough older brother, as he looked down on us. Huh? What's this? Don't tell me we're about to get mugged or something. Oh, I was having lunch with my friends over there and happened to overhear your conversation. Oh, sorry. Were we being too loud? Nah, not that. Do you guys by any chance? He lowered his voice a bit. No, Nito. Alright. Did he hear us mention her name? Oops, I should have lowered my voice a bit. But, how should I respond? Is it okay to say we know Nito? She's a celebrity, so should we keep it a secret? Plus, this guy looks kind of scary. I glanced at Makoto for help, but she was looking out the window, pretending not to notice. Well, I can't blame her. Even as a guy, I'm pretty scared in a situation like this. Yeah, we went to the same school as her. After hesitating for a bit, I decided to answer honestly. Besides, it felt like lying to this person would be difficult. So, we're pretty worried about her. Figured as much. He let out a short breath. Actually, I'm also an alumni from that school. Graduated last year. Oh, I see. So you're a senpai. Right. He gave a small nod. Something about his gesture was boyish, making him seem less of a delinquent than I initially thought. At first glance, he definitely seemed like a tough guy. Wait, Rokuyo-senpai? I couldn't help yelling as it suddenly clicked. You're Haruki Rokuyo-senpai, aren't you? That well-defined face and commanding presence. No doubt about it. I remember seeing him numerous times at school. This was Rokuyo-senpai, who was so famous at our high school that not a single person hadn't heard of him. He was the heart of the popular crowd, excelling in both sports and academics. But, he wasn't the flashy type. He was serious and straightforward. And if something didn't sit right with him, he would speak up to both teachers and seniors. It's like he stepped out of a badass battle manga or something. That's who the famous Rokuyo-senpai was. Oh, yeah, that's me. You know my name and everything, huh? Well, anyone who went to our school would remember you. Speaking of which, the Rokuyo family are wealthy landowners in the Kikijoji area, a lively neighborhood in Musashino, Tokyo, known for its trendy shops, dining scene, and in Akashiera Park. And one of their ancestors is even mentioned in Japanese history textbooks. On the other side of the fence, the rising star of the Sakamoto family is my cousin Kippei-kun, who won the Minister's Award, a prestigious honor given by the Japan Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology to individuals or organizations for notable contributions in education, culture, sports, or science and technology. In an invention contest when he was still in elementary school. Anyway, about Nito, I was shocked when I saw the news too. Oh, that's why you asked. By the way, Rokuyo-senpai, did you know Nito? Sort of. Rokuyo-senpai's face clouded over slightly for some reason. We were working together at some events, and we talked a bit. Right. Nito and Rokuyo-senpai were often involved in committees and event organization together. That's probably where they interacted, but his expression seemed to imply there was more to it than that. It looked like he had some thoughts about Nito. Did something happen? I couldn't help but ask. Did you and Nito have a disagreement or something? No, nothing like that. Rokuyo-senpai smiled. His lips twisted into a pained expression, almost like he was making fun of himself. I didn't know why. I guess you could say we were rivals. No, we couldn't even be that. What did he mean? What happened between them for Rokuyo-senpai to make a face like that? Before I could ask, he continued, anyway, I've been wondering what happened to her, as if trying to wrap up the conversation. He pushed on. Then, I heard you say something about being able to help her. And I just had to ask. I see. Sorry, but I don't have much solid information either. Rokuyo-senpai reached into his pocket and took out his smartphone. Anyway, give me your contact info. If you find out anything about Nito, I wanna know. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do what I can for you guys. Really? It was a bit sudden, but I couldn't exactly refuse when he put it that way. I hesitantly took out my own smartphone and exchanged line IDs. With a simple, "See you," Rokuyo-senpai returned to the table where his friends were waiting. The tension finally seemed to ease. Across the table, Makoto took a deep breath and let out a few. I'm totally exhausted. That was so scary. Yeah, I didn't expect to run into him. Here of all places. He didn't seem like a bad guy, but the tension was overwhelming. Just being in the presence of his aura was enough to drain my energy. Anyway, I don't have the energy to think about anything anymore. With a tired expression, Makoto slurped the rest of her drink in one go. Then, as if resigned, she rested her chin on her hand. For now, should we give going to school a try? The way she muttered it made it sound like she was talking to herself. I still don't believe it, but let's try it at least once. Thanks. You're a lifesaver. Section. Honestly, don't you suck too badly at this? In the astronomy club room, Makoto sighed deeply after I'd been struggling at the piano for nearly 20 minutes. Why haven't you been able to play it even once today? How'd you even manage to do it yesterday? Just hold on a second. I played Nito's song on my smartphone again and wiped my sweaty palms on my pants. Well, yesterday I managed somehow cause I had some momentum going. but now that I'm calmer, it's actually pretty tough. Haha. I can't play it. Nito's melody is just too difficult and I can't play it. I wasn't the type to touch instruments much to begin with, and Nito's song itself was very complex. It wasn't just the white keys that needed to be used, but the black keys too. The hurdle was just too high for an amateur. Rather, wasn't it a miracle that I was even able to play it so smoothly yesterday? What should I do? Should I make some sheet music or something? No, forget about tricks like that. Let's just keep trying. Come on, play it, play it. Well, I guess so. I started hitting the keys again. Still, my fingers didn't move the way I wanted them to, and I kept having to start over again and again. If only there were notes like in rhythm games, this would be way easier to play, I grumbled to myself as I let my fingers dance on the keys. I'm telling you, if there were notes falling from above I'd nail it without a single mistake. Sadly that only exists in the world of games. Makoto crossed her arms, acting coldly. I don't have all afternoon. If this is gonna take too long, I'll just go home. No, no, no. You've got plenty of free time, right? I mean, it's not like you have a part-time job or plans to hang out with friends, do you? So what? There are still plenty of things to do. I wanna play Apex and I haven't even watched the vid of my favorite VTuber from yesterday. Huh? Makoto had apparently noticed something as she was speaking. She looked at my hands on the keys. Wait, did you just manage to play it? Huh? I lifted my finger from the last key I just pressed. I looked down at the piano in front of me too. She might be right. I probably didn't miss a single note just now. Yeah, somehow I actually played it. Lights danced around me. In the darkness, they began to orbit around my body. It's the same as before. The same phenomenon as yesterday, happening again. And gradually the lights sped up, my vision turning completely white. Megari-kun. When my vision cleared, Nito was in front of me. What's wrong? What are you doing? Her glossy black hair, her eyes peering at me with curiosity, her straight posture, and the uniform that suited her slender body so well. That. With a slight thumping in my chest, I looked around. The sun-bleached curtains, the musty smell, an upright piano, an old radio cassette player, and an old world map with Germany divided into east and west. There's no mistaking it. This was the club room. The astronomy club room. As predicted, I'd returned to the day of the entrance ceremony. Well, you see, I was just thinking about a lot of things. I took another look at Nito. Sorry, I was spacing out. Despite it being the second time meeting again, despite it being a sight I'd seen yesterday, standing in front of her, my heart filled with unconditional love. Just the fact that Nito was there, having lost her once, made me uncontrollably happy. Unaware of my feelings, she said, "Hey, wait a second. You're acting suspiciously." Nito shuffled closer to me, the faint scent of her shampoo, and her body heat where we touched. "Hey, were you staring at me while you were spacing out, Megari-kun?" The fee for looking at me is 600 yen per second. No way. That's way too expensive. It'd cost me around 40,000 yen just to look for a minute. Obviously, I'm not some cheap girl, you know. Girls who aren't cheap don't put a price tag on themselves. I burst out laughing. That's right. I always used to joke around and laugh with Nito like this. Oh yeah. Just to be sure, can I ask you something? I took a step back and cleared my throat. What month and year is it right now? It's April 5th. 20XX. I thought she might find my question strange, but to my surprise, Nito answered easily. I mean, you could just check the calendar on your smartphone for that. Ah, right. That's true. Haha. It really is April 5th. I took my smartphone out of my pocket as she suggested. It was brand new, the latest model at the time. Sure enough, the date Nito mentioned was right there on the screen. Yep, just as I thought. As I pocketed my smartphone, I came to a few realizations. I felt like some of my questions had been answered. Firstly, the trigger to go to the past is definitely playing the piano. So, to return to the present, I probably just have to play Nito's song again. It was an uphill battle earlier, so it won't be easy to go back and forth, but for now, I'm relieved that I won't be stuck in the past. Next is figuring out how time works regarding the destination of time travel. From the looks of it, it seems I've picked up from where I left off last time. Put simply, every time I play the piano, I will alternate between advancing time here, 3 years in the past, and the present I just came from. It doesn't seem like time moves forward in one while I'm in the other. So, seems easy enough. I can easily manipulate the past to suit my needs this way. If time moved forward in the past while I was back in the present, there was a chance I might miss something important. But if I can spend time in both timelines without that happening, then I shouldn't miss out on anything. Although, it's also a tad scary to think time in the present might advance while I'm here. Hey, Nito raised her voice in annoyance. What's really going on? You've been acting kinda strange for a while, Megari-kun. Sorry. Oops. I got too absorbed in my thoughts. I cleared my throat and quickly got my mind in order. I was just thinking about what to do from now on. From now on? What do you mean? What I mean is, I wanna keep using this club room from now on, if we can. I slowly nodded to Nito, who tilted her head in confusion. So, I was thinking about what it'd take to revive the astronomy club. It's better to strike while the iron is hot. So, it's probably best to talk to Nito about it today. I told Nito the plan I'd come up with in the present. I think we need at least 4 people to start a club at this school and get a club room. If you join, we just need to find 2 more members, and then we can use this place for the next 2 years. That was explained when the astronomy club was disbanded in my previous high school life. The club was scrapped because it didn't have the minimum of 4 members. Therefore, this time, all I have to do is change that outcome. So, I figured I'd try recruiting. It's still early in the school year, but I think we can find 2 people, maybe. To be honest, I do feel quite a bit of pressure to recruit those 2 people. It's super intimidating to talk to students I don't know, but Nito's future was at stake. Her life was at stake. That being the case, I can't just cower here, especially since I've already been through high school once before. As the me who has returned from the future, there's every chance that recruiting new members will be a piece of cake. Hopefully. Wow, Nito's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah, you're right. I don't mind joining, either. For real? You're a lifesaver. But seriously, what made you randomly start thinking about that? I'd predicted that she'd ask that question. And I had the proper answer prepared, too. Well, this place does seem pretty comfortable, just like you said. I stood up from the piano and walked over to the window. High school life can be pretty rough sometimes. I figured if you have one place where you belong, it makes things a bit easier. And for now, it feels like this place is the best option. Totally, Nito giggled quietly. I thought if people saw me like this they'd be even more put off. If that's how you feel, Megari-kun, then this might be a good place for us to hang out, right? And, I trailed off, hesitant to say more. Truth is, there's another reason why I want to revive the astronomy club. My true feelings that I couldn't even tell Makoto. I want Nito to know them. I want to become an astronomer, I said firmly. Nito looked at me with a serious expression. It's been my dream since I was a kid. I want to know what's out there in the distant universe. I want to find a new star and name it myself. That was the dream I'd given up on during my 3 years of high school. Spending every day by Nito's side, I'd forgotten my old dream. Looking back, the reason I visited this club room in the first place was because I hoped it would lead to that same dream someday. So, I was thinking, it wouldn't hurt to get ready for that. I don't have to go all out, but I want to read some stuff and do some stargazing. Hopefully giving myself a solid base to dive into studying more seriously in the future. There's no doubt in my mind that if I were to rewrite the past 3 years, especially if it meant saving Nito, it'd be worth it. But just being by her side isn't enough. I want to become a person worthy of standing there. So, I have to rewrite myself as well. I have to turn these wasted 3 years into something Nito can be proud of. Nito's mouth gently curved into a joyful smile. That sounds like a nice dream, she said in a sing-song voice, peering at my face. Her eyes, like wet glass beads, looked directly into mine. I really like people who work hard. As really like left her lips, words I'd heard from her before. My heart nearly exploded. My body felt strangely hot, and my brain tingly and numb. Okay, got it. I'll help recruit some more people for the astronomy club too. Thanks, I really appreciate it. Honestly, it would have been tough doing it on my own. Yeah, I know, haha. Oh, but I have one request. Nito sat down in front of the piano. Then, with her right hand dancing on the keys, she played a mysterious melody. I wanna be allowed to play this piano during our club activities. Truth is, I've been doing a bit of music and I wanna make some original videos of me playing and singing. Oh, really? So, even after our activities are done, I wanna be allowed to play. Gotcha. My reactions were a little vague. The fact that Nito was into music was a given for me. Being told again, I almost unconsciously responded with an I know kind of reaction. Right. This is actually the first time I'm hearing it here. So, I should probably act more surprised. No way. That's awesome. I seriously admire people who can play the piano. I mean, it must be crazy hard to coordinate all 10 fingers so skillfully, right? Just a little while ago I was struggling just to play a melody. Haha, it's not that hard. Anyone can do it with practice. No, it's not that easy. Anyway, it's okay for you to play the piano. It's not like this club room belongs to me, so feel free to use it however you like. Really? Yay. Nito bounced up from her chair. She bumped her shoulder against me as I stood at the window. All right then, let's do our best to recruit new members. She peered at my face as she said that. She leaned closer to me. From now on, let's work together, Megari. For the first time in this timeline, she called me by my first name, sans honorifics. Emotions welled up in my chest. I felt Nito's body heat through her uniform. The resonance of her voice when heard up close. The sweet fragrance that tickled my nose. Nito has a tendency to get up close and personal. Strangely enough, she doesn't do that with anyone else, but she often touches me like this. I can't tell you how many times I was embarrassed when she did stuff like that in my previous high school life, but now it was extremely nostalgic. It was so nostalgic that my chest ached. Again, I was reminded that I still loved Nito. Again, I resolved myself to be by her side and help her. Yeah, let's do this, Nito. With all those feelings in my words, I nodded to her. All right, let's start recruiting tomorrow. So, Nito and I kicked off our recruiting efforts for the astronomy club. This time, though, I had a promising lead. Despite appearances, this is my second time around in high school, so rounding up members is going to be a piece of cake. Surely. Section. The next day. Sorry bro, no can do. Me neither. Same. Why the heck not? It was a three-way rejection. I'd approached Nishigami and his two friends Takashima and Okuta during our lunch break and was instantly shut down. I couldn't help standing up from my chair and pushing back. It's not like I'm saying we have to do anything full-on. Just coming to chill is fine, isn't it? Nah, well, I dunno man. Nishigami, who was munching on his parents' homemade bento, scrunched up his face. Come on, think about it. Our high school life is just beginning. Yeah bro, we're gonna be busy with girls and having fun. I've been thinking about trying to draw manga. Listen, Nishigami summed up the collective opinion of his group. Sorry, but we'll pass. Seriously? They passed? I didn't expect to be shut down so quickly. I was hoping they'd at least consider it. But I know the truth. Nishigami, Takashima, and Okuta are all talk. They say they'll do all that stuff but end up doing fuck all for 3 years. They do end up joining a club, the Go Home Club that is, and waste away their high school life. Not that I can say that out loud. But, stargazing is actually pretty fun. Refusing to give up, I stubbornly persisted. It's beautiful. It's romantic. Perfect for making high school memories. Bro, I'm not sure about watching the stars with a bunch of dudes. Won't we have to meet up at the railway crossing at 2 a.m. or something? I'm not really into staying up late. So, what kind of image of stargazing did they have? It's not like in some song. Like in Tentai Kansaku, a popular Japanese song by Bump of Chicken. about observing the stars and finding inspiration in the vastness of the universe. The lyrics specifically mention a group of male friends meeting at the railway crossing at 2 a.m. Besides, the club members won't just be guys. I'll keep that to myself, though, as I don't want to lead the conversation in a weird direction. Okay then, what about just putting your names down? You don't even have to come to the club room. Just write your name in the roster and become a ghost member. Huh? Not sure about that one. Isn't that kinda sketchy? Better to stick to the rules, I reckon. They're completely right. I don't have anything to say in defense. I didn't expect these guys to have such strong moral compasses. I didn't get that impression from them. All right, fine, I get it. If they still said no after all that, then it's probably hopeless. Giving up. I sat back down in the chair. A deep sigh escaped from my lungs. What should I do? I've only been rejected once, but it really took a mental toll. I guess I'm still just me after all. I figured I could do better this time around, seeing as I'd been given a chance to rewrite the past 3 years. I'd been fired up, telling myself, it's new game plus, you've got this. But, yeah, turns out I'm still the same old me, stumbling over the same old obstacles. I'd completely forgotten about that. Well, that's our deal, but I'm rooting for you, man. Nishigami smiled as if to comfort me. You've still got a month to recruit people, right? Yeah, that's right. As Nishigami said, clubs in our school were still in a recruitment period. Recruitment happened throughout April, and starting from May, the club activities for the new school year will officially kick off. That's when the headcount for the club's survival will happen. So, as long as we recruit 2 more members by then, we'll be home free. That's the plan, anyway. That said, other clubs are also desperately trying to recruit people now. So, Sakamoto, hang in there and give it your best shot. Got it? Yeah, got it. Honestly, Nishigami's right. It's not the time to be discouraged like this. There's still time. So I should try a little harder. And there's something else. Sure, Nishigami and the others didn't join, but just being able to talk about the club made me feel relieved. It genuinely made me happy that they supported and cheered me on. In my previous high school life, there wasn't anyone who would even say stuff like that. Thanks. I'll give it my best shot. I started eating the rest of my lunch. Eating lunch alone isn't bad, but eating lunch with friends makes it taste 1 or 2 times tastier than normal. Section. Ah, I see. Well, that can't be helped. It was after school the same day, in the club room. When I told Nito that my plan to recruit friends had fallen through, she gave me a wry smile. I'm not that surprised they didn't say yes, honestly. The astronomy club is pretty niche. She was sitting in a chair, barefoot as usual, after taking off her indoor shoes and socks. Even in our first high school life, Nito was basically always dressed like that in the club room. The sky blue nail polish on her toes stood out refreshingly in contrast to the warm colors lighting up the room. True enough. Still, I'm sorry. It would have been an easy solution for us if it had worked out. It's fine, it's fine. I've got just the thing for a moment like this. Tada. Nito pulled out a sheet of paper from her bag. I tried making a design for a recruitment flyer. What do you think? Wow, it looks amazing. It was a stylish design. The pitch black background imitated the night sky, with the recruitment messages spelled out with constellations. Astronomy, club, recruiting members. Let's watch the stars together. Beginners, welcome. Come to the astronomy club room after school for more info. Wow, I was impressed by the quality of the work. Nito, to think you can make designs like this. It was easy to read, well organized, and had a playful look to it. The quality was so good you'd have thought she'd commissioned it from a professional. Apparently, Nito wasn't just a whiz on the piano, but also with this kind of thing too. I mean, it's pretty amateurish, but I thought going for something cute would fit the vibe and make it more appealing and easy to connect with. Nito giggled. She looked as if she might melt into the orange light of the setting sun at any moment. Okay then. Let's start handing these out tomorrow. Sure thing. Things probably won't go perfectly, but let's just keep at it and give it our best shot. Yep. Let's do it. Nito seemed to have a light bulb moment. Aha, maybe I'll play something to motivate us for tomorrow. She headed towards the piano. Oh, you're gonna play something for us? Yeah, I've been working on a song of my own recently, and I'm planning to upload it as my first video. Mind giving it a listen as a sort of rehearsal? That's right. It was like this before, too. The day after the entrance ceremony. After school in the club room that day, Nito played the first song she ever made to me. No worries. I'd be happy to. Okay, let me know what you think. Nito sat down on the chair and faced the piano. In an instant, I felt as if her expression had completely changed. From the casual high school girl to a musician in a blink of an eye. I already saw glimpses of Nito. I could clearly feel the aura that surrounded the genius musician. Then, she focused on the movement of her hands, and the music began to flow. As the intro finished, she started to sing. The melody was lively, yet somehow nostalgic. The lyrics were probably still a work in progress, and were like random English gibberish to my ears. Even in her high school days before the rewrite, this was a song and performance in which I could instantly feel her raw talent. Compared to Nito after her debut, it was still a little rough around the edges. The melody and lyrics needed some polish. But, without a doubt, it was filled with the essence of her charm in every way. I was on the verge of tears, hearing her perform live like this after such a long time. While I was absorbed in listening, the song ended, the afterglow faded, and Nito relaxed her shoulders, returning to her usual self. When she turned towards me, she tilted her head anxiously. So, how was it? She followed up with, I actually think I've been able to create a pretty good song myself. Thoughts? The unsure look on her face was unusual for her, and her nail-polished toes were wiggling nervously. This might have been the first time. Nito let someone listen to her song. So I told her my honest thoughts in a single word. Genius. Ahahaha. Judging by her joyful laugh, I guess she took it as a joke. Section. Astronomy Club. Please join us. Our club room is on the 4th floor of the south building. Raising our voices, Nito and I handed out flyers to students arriving at school. The reactions were varied. Some looked happy as they took the flyer and read it, while others took it reluctantly and stuffed it into their bags. Some glanced at us and ignored it, while others straight up ignored us completely. But, surprisingly, my excitement didn't dim as I continued handing them out. We need to print more of these ASAP. Yep. Let's ask to make copies in the staff room after school. During a lull in the crowd, Nito and I had that exchange. Distributing the flyers was going surprisingly well. I figured it'd be a win if we were just able to hand them all out before the club recruitment ended. But to my surprise, we'd handed out so many in just 3 days that the stack was only a thin booklet in size now. What a good miscalculation to make. We were standing in front of the main entrance just before school started. This spot, at this time of day, was where most club recruitment happened. Around us, members of other clubs were doing the same thing. With a tennis club. Won't you come play tennis with us? Brass band club. We went to the nationals last year. Let's aim to be the best in Japan together. Judo club here. Judo club. Judo club. Judo club. Compared to the sports clubs in their full uniforms or protective gear, or the brass band and light music club playing instruments and performing, our astronomy club may have appeared a bit plain, but we were still holding our own. At first, I thought things like, well, the second time around should be a piece of cake. Or has my hidden talent finally blossomed? But today, I understood. Oh, an astronomy club, huh? Yes, please join us if you're interested. You a member too? Yes, I am. I'm a little interested. It's all because Nito is so popular. She was the center of attention among this year's cohort of new students. With her enthusiastic recruitment efforts, interested students flocked to her like moths to a flame. Do you spend a lot of time in the club room every day? Yes, I do. At least for now. Oh, I see, I see. A male student, wearing a sly grin, nodded along. His ulterior motive couldn't have been any more obvious. Why are guys always like this? There's no shot he's just thinking about doing club activities. Taking a closer look, I noticed it wasn't just guys, but also girls, who are drawn to her. Oh, Nito-chan, you're joining this club? Yep. You should join too if you want, Rina. I dunno. Nito's popularity really is something else. How was it even possible for everyone to like you so soon after the school year started? To be fair, the Nito standing in front of people right now is in her so-called model student mode, so I understood why everyone liked her. Also, morning, Chika. Moan, good morning. There were even students who, every morning, would come just to chat with her. Chief among them was a petite Jairu with bright hair, contact lenses, and perfect makeup, Monaga Rashi-san. She was the girl who was taken to the hospital by ambulance on the day of the graduation ceremony, after the news of Nito's disappearance. Just like before the rewrite, the pair of them seemed pretty close. Hey, how long are you gonna keep doing this recruiting thing? Aigar Rashi-san said as she hugged Nito. It's lonely coming to school by myself. Sorry, I think we'll probably be doing it for the rest of the month. Seriously? That long? Aigar Rashi-san pouted. Then, she turned her head in my direction and shot me a fierce glare. Oh no. She hates me because I stole her chance to walk to school with Nito. She must really hate me now. I do feel bad about it, but I suppose she's unlikely to forgive me, huh? But, come on. We're high schoolers for Pete's sake. Surely she can handle walking to school by herself, can't she? Being so clingy isn't a good thing. Well, okay I guess. Aigar Rashi-san pulled away from the hug. If it's something you wanna do, Chika, I'll support you, or, thanks. You've got this, good luck. Aigar Rashi-san waved goodbye as she walked away, and another student immediately came over to Nito. Seriously, what kind of attraction power is this? Is she a mascot at some theme park or something? Wait, I just realized, I haven't been handing out flyers during this whole ordeal. Have I? Am I just holding Nito back? Now that I think about it, the stack of flyers in my hand has hardly decreased at all since we started this morning. I only remember handing them out to about 10 people or so. Seriously though, I haven't been contributing at all. Now that it's finally sinking in, I'm starting to get anxious about the current state of things. I said I wanted to help Nito, but it turns out she's the one helping me. We're the Astronomy Club. We look forward to your support. As I raised my voice in a panic, I continued to think. I can't keep relying on her to carry me. I need a strategy. Something doable for me. A special plan that could really draw in new members. As I mulled it over, I looked up at the pale blue sky. It resembled a watercolor painting, with a lonely pure white half-moon floating in it. If I'm going to do it, it should be a recruitment method unique to the Astronomy Club, right? If I can't convey its appeal, I won't be able to get anyone interested in the first place. Then, suddenly, I had a brain blast. That's it. I just need to show them the stars section. It was the morning of the following week. Having put the finishing touches on the creation I'd come up with for recruiting, I stood before it in all of its glory. Oh wow, I love it. I love it. Nito was bouncing up and down like an excited little kid. This is amazing. It's like a real starry sky. It'll definitely have a strong impression, don't you think? Stars were scattered about around us in countless numbers. We were in the main entrance, in which there were neat rows of dark brown shoe lockers lined up. Stuck all over them were my homemade glow-in-the-dark star-shaped cards. Each card had messages like, Astronomy Club, looking for new members. Come to our club room on the 4th floor of South Building for more info. Feel free to take this card. Like Nito said, if you squint your eyes a bit, it sort of looked like a starry sky. I called it the main entrance galaxy strategy. It was obvious that the Astronomy Club's biggest appeal was stargazing. Personally, I'm more interested in stuff like discovering new celestial bodies, collecting data on dark matter, and following up on new theories about Oumuamua, the first known interstellar object that passed through our solar system in 2017. Its unique shape and trajectory have fascinated scientists. But let's be real, what truly captivates most people is, without a doubt, the enchanting beauty of the starry night sky. So, I figured we should simply show them something that looked like a starry sky in a really impactful way. With that in mind, I'd come up with the idea of sticking small star-shaped cards all over the entrance every student passed through. There were 150 cards in total. Because I did it alone, both making all of them and sticking them up turned out to be a mammoth task. If my strategy works, though, a heap of students will know about the astronomy club, including new students without a club yet. What's more, these cards are glow in the dark. Taking one off, I showed it to Nito. This entrance gets really dark in the evening, so, when it's time to go home, these will glow and make it look like a real starry sky. Wow, that's amazing. Nito pulled my hand closer and cupped both of hers around it, creating a pocket of darkness to check if the card really did glow. It's really cool. You're so creative. Well, it only works until the lights turn on after it gets dark. My attention was focused on the hand Nito had pulled close to her. The softness of Nito's belly firmly pressed against it left me feeling flustered inside. Here she goes again with the casual touching. Also, how the heck is she this warm and soft despite being so slim? Just this alone is more than enough to make a teenage boy's heart race. While that was all happening, the time for school to start approached, and students began trickling into the entrance. They maneuvered through the various clubs that were also recruiting and made their way towards the shoe lockers. Whoa, what's this? Wow, stars? The area, which had completely transformed from yesterday, left them in awe, and the amazed voices of students arriving filled the air. An astronomy club? Huh, didn't even know there was a club like that. Hearing them, Nito and I reflexively exchanged glances. It worked. Yep, now everyone seems interested. New students were filtering in one after another. The star cards caused quite a stir, and some of the students couldn't resist peeling one off and asking, "Can I take this home?" Yes, for sure. If you're interested in the astronomy club, by all means, please take it home. We made them easy to peel off. For that very reason, one by one, the stars were disappearing. Still, there were plenty of them left on the shoe lockers, so it didn't look empty as yet. Awesome. It went exactly as planned. Waking up early and sticking them all on was worth it, after all. While I was patting myself on the back, I'm surprised they were able to get permission for this. To be honest, that voice reached my ears. No other club has ever recruited like this before. I'm amazed they were able to convince a teacher. Right, if someone did this without permission, they'd be in a lot of trouble. Permission. Convincing a teacher. I completely forgot. I should have cleared this with a teacher beforehand. I blurted out without thinking. Seriously? You haven't talked to anyone about this yet? Next to me, Nito's eyes widened in surprise. Nope. I was too caught up in making the cards. What? Oh, right. Even something as simple as handing out flyers needed permission. So, logically, such an out-there recruitment strategy would obviously need a teacher's stamp of approval. Let's go to the staff room right now, and explain everything properly. Why yeah, if we don't, worst case they make us take them all down again. We nodded to each other and hurried to the staff room, the result of which was we were able to get permission to keep them up during the recruitment period. But, not before our homeroom teacher, Chiyoda-sensei, thoroughly chewed us out. And, we were given orders to clean up the area every day, since the star cards might end up as litter. You're right, Chiyoda-sensei. Don't worry. We'll make sure to handle that part properly. Section. See you later. Yep, see you tomorrow. Almost 2 weeks have passed since we started recruiting. Nito and I finished our work for the day and parted ways at the school gate to head home. This has been our routine for a while now. We meet up at the club room early in the morning and start recruiting. After school we wait in the club room in case someone wants to join, and come home time, we leave. I sighed and absent-mindedly looked up at the sky. The clouds were dyed in gold and lavender marble. A small light was just starting to twinkle in the eastern sky. If I become an astronomer, I might know the name of that star on sight one day. Children's joyful voices echoed in the distance, and a scooter raced past me. I'm surprised things aren't going better, honestly. A lot of time had passed since we started recruiting. We'd already handed out nearly 200 flyers, and the stars at the entrance were all gone. There were a fair few students who came to the club room for a visit. 5, to be exact. Both girls and boys. The vibes weren't bad and they seemed interested in doing club activities, but that interest went nowhere, as none of them actually took the final step to sign up. It blows my mind that they'd come all the way to the club room and still not join. Well, yeah, it's probably not an easy group to join, as I muttered to myself. I tried to put myself in their shoes. There are only 2 members right now, and those 2 are quite close. So it'll be tricky to fit in. If I were in the same boat, I'd probably think, will I just be a third wheel if I join this club? Or are these actually 2 dating? It's not hard to understand why they'd be hesitant. So, what should we do then? How on earth can we find a third member at this point? We'd only reached the halfway mark for the recruitment period. Still, I found myself feeling increasingly anxious as we hadn't managed to find any potential members yet. In the suburban street I was walking down, I could see a figure standing in the distance, a small silhouette, backlit by the setting sun. What's more, they were standing in the middle of the road, arms crossed, seemingly looking this way. What? I had a strange feeling about them, like they were a bit off. Standing there like some Neo guardian in the middle of a road cars drove through, I sensed they might be trouble. At times like this, the best thing to do is steer clear and not get involved. I'll just play it cool and act like nothing happened. Luckily, there was a fork in the road between us. I figured I'd make an innocent face and slip away in that direction. As I turned the corner with a face that said, "My house is this way," I thought I was in the clear. Hold it. The sketchy person was running towards me. Also, it was a familiar girl's voice. Aigar Rashi-san? Nito's childhood friend she went to junior high with, the one who hugged her the other day and whined that they couldn't walk to school together, and on graduation day, the girl who was freaking out after hearing the news of Nito's disappearance. Moan Aigar Rashi-san. Why the heck are you running away? I've been waiting for you. I mean, if someone is standing in the middle of the road like a friggin' Neo guardian, of course I'm going to run. I'm fully aware she has it in for me. I still felt like booking it. HMPH. Well, whatever. Anyways, Sakamoto, I need to talk to you about something. Talk? Wait, how do you know my name? Well, there are heaps of ways to find that out, aren't there? Like, digging around on social media or eavesdropping on conversations and stuff. Scary. Wait, is Aigarati-san really like that? That's kind of stalkerish behavior, isn't it? To be fair, if I really wanted to know someone's name, I could probably find it out too. So, Meguri Sakamoto-kun. Born May 30th, blood type O, attended Shimanmiki Junior High School. That's seriously creepy. How'd you even find all that out? Poker-faced, Igarashi-san pointed to a nearby park with an expression that left no room for argument. Can I borrow your face for a bit? Her tone sent shivers down my spine. Am I about to be interrogated? Is she going to demand that I give Nito back? Is she holding a grudge because she can't walk to school with Nito? Section. Chika and I have been friends since kindergarten. Oh, right. We were sitting side by side on the swings in the park. As predicted, Igarashi-san started the conversation like that. Our families are super close. We've been in the same class since elementary school, and we've had a lot of sleepovers. Basically, we're best friends with each other. Yeah, figured as much. I casually nodded along to the completely predictable turn of events. Honestly, though, I think Igarashi-san and Nito make a great pair. Both came across as high class, were stylish, stood out, and were popular with boys. Plus, Nito's black hair and Igarashi-san's bright hair perfectly complemented each other. But you know, Igarashi-san continued, lately, ever since you started the astronomy club, it feels like we've grown apart. Like, you're always together in the mornings and after school, right? Yeah, I guess so. Well, she used to spend that time with me. I see. I seriously can't accept it. That Chika ditched me so easily to go join an astronomy club, and isn't hanging out with me like in junior high. Yep. I figured it'd be something like this. Nito is my best friend, so you should back off. That's where this is going, isn't it? Well, From my perspective, that can't happen because we need to recruit new members as a pair. Nito is a key member, and if she quits, the astronomy club will be done. So, that aside, I couldn't help picking up on Rashi's obsession with Nito through the tone of her voice. Every now and again I notice people in those kinds of relationships. They're possessive in a way that goes beyond just being friends, and seem sort of dependent on each other in some way or other. Honestly, I don't understand why someone would be so attached to a friend like that. I can't wrap my head around the desperation Igarashi-san is feeling, either. Why are you so obsessed with Nito? That question was my way of searching for a compromise. I mean, I get your best friends and all, but why be so clingy? A bunch of reasons. Igarashi stared down at the toes of her loafers. Such as? Why do I have to tell you that? Because we won't be able to find a solution if I don't know a bit more about your side of things. Well, I guess so. Igarashi-san went silent for a while, apparently lost in thought. After about the length of 3 breaths, she finally spoke. When I was in kindergarten, I was kinda bossy. Her words started pouring out of her little by little. I mean, when I say bossy, like I had a bad personality and tried to control everyone. Wait, you were doing that kinda thing even in kindergarten? Well, I guess I was pretty mature for my age. I really looked up to Pretty Cure, a popular Japanese magical girl franchise, and wanted to be a proper heroine, but I couldn't pull it off. I just ended up being mean to everyone. Honestly, I can understand how she feels. Like, wanting to be the main character, but at best, feeling like you're a mean side character. I think it's pretty mature to realize that about yourself even in kindergarten, but I bet there are a lot of people who feel that way. Back then, Chika was in the next class over, and we finally ended up in the same one when we were older. We had a big fight right away cause she got mad at me for being mean, but you know, after fighting with her over and over, I got it. I was like, oh, she's pretty much exactly what I've always wanted to be, and everyone likes her. She has already achieved the ideal image I had in mind. Once Igarashi-san got going, she was surprisingly talkative. Maybe she'd been wanting to open up to someone about her feelings. And, after hearing her story, and about Nito's past too, I blurted out, no, I totally get it. I totally get it. Nito becomes the person she wants to be before anyone else, and she works really hard to get there. Before I knew it, I was sympathizing with her. I felt a strong connection with Igarashi-san's story. Oh, I see. It's not just me. It's not just me who feels this way about Nito. Huh? You understand? Igarashi-san's eyes widened in surprise. You really understand, Sakamoto? Yeah, definitely. Like, even when I try my best to hand out flyers, everyone just gathers around her. It's always like that. In reality, over the next 3 years, she's going to make her dreams come true. So, I understand being practically blinded by that brilliance all too well. You too, huh, Sakamoto? I see. Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted your story. What happened next? Oh, right. So, Igarashi-san cleared her throat as if to gather her thoughts. Anyways, one day, while I had that in my head, we randomly ended up playing together. We needed to form pairs for a recital rehearsal. And I thought maybe she would hate me, but it wasn't like that at all. Actually, she was just as nice to me as she was to the other kids. Igarashi-san mumbled shyly. So, I thought, I wanna be friends with her. I wanna be her best friend. I get it. It was probably a defining moment. Someone she once thought was her rival was now being kind to her. And if that happened back in kindergarten, it would have had a significant impact on Igarashi's personality development, I think. Then, she turned to me. She spoke clearly, as if she was confessing something. So, I wanna be Chika's number one. She sounds like a protagonist. The straightforward way she said it made her sound like a protagonist at the center of some story. I wanna cherish her, and I wanna be cherished by her. It made perfect sense. I understood Igarashi's feelings all too well. Truthfully, I'd developed similar feelings for Nito. I'd become obsessed with her brilliance in more ways than one. In a nutshell, Igarashi-san and I were kindred spirits, and if she cares about Nito that much, then there's only one thing I can do. just to join the astronomy club. Feeling a deep sense of connection, I tried to convey my strong feeling of seriously. I highly recommend it. To Igarashi-san. Igarashi-san, you should join too. Wouldn't that solve everything? No matter how you looked at it, it was the best solution. Igarashi-san would be with her beloved Nito, and we'd get a new club member. It was win-win. And, in this situation, I feel like only someone like Igarashi-san could be the third member of the astronomy club, given she knew both Nito and I. She's the only one who fits. Just hold on a minute. Igarashi-san, looking flustered, frantically waved her hands in front of her. Huh? Did I get the wrong end of the stick? Maybe she didn't want to join the club? Sure. I've thought about it too, joining the astronomy club. I mean, I figured as much. But I wanna know more about you first. I wanna know your intentions, Sakamoto. My intentions? Yep. You're working really hard, aren't you? Like, to keep the club going. Yeah, that makes sense. Even from an outsider's perspective, it was pretty obvious that I was desperately trying to recruit members, but I was wondering, why? Is it to get closer to Chika or something? If that's the reason, it worries me. She's a serious girl. I don't want you to have that kind of ulterior motive. No, that's not my intention. I hastily shook my head. I seriously do want to become an astronomer. That's why I wanted to keep the astronomy club going. Oh, really? Igarashi-san tilted her head, looking surprised. 'Cause, from my perspective, I couldn't help but think maybe you actually liked Chika or something. Hearing her say that made me regret my knee-jerk excuse. Without thinking, I'd shot down the reason for getting close that Igarashi-san mentioned. But I wasn't being honest. The main reason I wanted to keep the astronomy club going was so I could stay close to Nito. I definitely have that feeling for her, and I should have shared that. Igarashi-san truly cherishes Nito, of that much I can be certain. Certain because of all the stories she's shared with me, and what I heard on the day of our graduation, when I found out Nito had disappeared and I heard her heartbreaking cry. That cry was one only someone who truly cares about Nito would make. Sorry, I lied. I came clean. You're spot on. I'm working hard to recruit more members for the sake of being with Nito. I do want to be an astronomer too, but I can't deny that either. So, that means. Igarashi-san peered at my face with an unexpectedly calm expression. You like Chika? Yeah, I do. After a moment's hesitation, I honestly admitted it. I've liked her for a long time. Crap, I accidentally said something I shouldn't have. For a long time. It hasn't even been a month since Nito and I met in this timeline. That comment was clearly out of place. But I got carried away in the heat of the moment. I see. Whether it went over her head, or she misunderstood something, Igarashi-san dropped her gaze as if she was satisfied. So, you really do like Chika? Well, yeah. Ugh. This is really embarrassing. What the heck is this? Seriously, why am I getting into deep love talk like this when I should be calm? To be fair, it's the kind of situation where you should talk about it. But man, I said I like her with such confidence. I feel like my face is about to burst into flames. But, as if to wake me from such embarrassing thoughts, then, wouldn't it be better not to get in the way? What a heartbreakingly lonely expression. Igarashi-san's voice quivered, as if she was on the verge of tears, but she forced a smile. If you're really that serious about Chika and she goes along with it. Wouldn't me joining the club just be a hassle for her? Those words from her caught me by surprise. I was under the impression this girl had no intention of reining in her possessiveness towards Nito. You know, even I've got some level of self-awareness. I guess Igarashi-san saw right through me. She gave me a wry smile. I've been thinking about it too, that this kind of dependency isn't good. I mean, I'm a high schooler now, so I've got to learn to be more independent. Another surprise, that she had the ability to look at herself objectively like that. But I also think it's not right to force ourselves apart, if that makes sense. At the same time, getting too close and weighing her down is also not what I want. I wonder what the best thing to do is. Again, it resonated with me. Before the rewrite, I'd never had the chance to experience things like this. I had barely any friends, and I never came into contact with the struggles of someone my age. It doesn't matter if it's a smiling classmate, or a flashy girl who seems like they haven't got a care in the world. Everyone has struggles in their life. Knowing that, I can start to imagine that maybe this girl also had some regrets at the graduation ceremony. Maybe she thought there were things she could have done, and things she should have done in those 3 years. Maybe you should try finding a new type of relationship. I was half talking to myself as I gave Igarashi-san that suggestion. Not dependence, but a relationship where you can stand by her side as equals. Why not try looking for it in the astronomy club? I could almost see Igarashi-san's eyes pop as they suddenly went wide. She stared straight at me through her strange colored contact lens. Igarashi-san's facial features looked pretty childish when I saw her like this. Compared to Nito, who looks her age, or Makoto, who looks mature, Igarashi-san's face could easily be mistaken for a junior high schooler's, or maybe even an elementary schooler's. In those features, I could see her innocence, or maybe her purity. She stared at me with a confused look for a moment. Ugh. She broke eye contact and looked down, gripping the chains of the swing tightly, and let out a pained voice. Huh? Hey, what's wrong? I wanted you to be a jerk. Say what? I wanted you to be an asshole, Sakamoto. What? Why? Because if this is how it's gonna be. Igarashi-san lifted her head. She looked straight at me, eyes swimming with tears. She looked equal parts regretful and happy as she muttered her next words. Then there's no way I can stand in the way of your relationship with her. Chapter 3. Living just enough for the school. So, what happened? Not much has changed, really. I was back in the present timeline's club room, the day after graduation. Makoto, who was perched on a desk, answered my question half-heartedly. Igarashi-senpai definitely joined the astronomy club. But you guys still couldn't meet the minimum number of members with just 3 people. After 2 years, you all grew distant the same as before, and Nito-senpai has disappeared again. Makes sense, I guess. As I nodded, I glanced around this timeline's club room, which I hadn't seen in a while. Yeah, with things as they are, it's likely to turn out that way. It felt a bit refreshing. I'd spent about 3 weeks in the past. In that short amount of time, I was beginning to get used to being a first-year student again. I felt strangely uncomfortable with how long my hair was now and the school uniform that fit me too well. After our rendezvous at the park, Igarashi-san decided to join the astronomy club. Just as Makoto said, Nito had been over the moon. It was heartwarming to see her giggling and hugging Igarashi-san when she came to the club room. It almost felt like they loved each other, or had maybe awakened their inner Yuri. Anyway, we still couldn't find a 4th member, and I guess the future didn't change. Looks like there's a long way to go, doesn't it? It does, but I started saying, there are a few things that have become clear. I sat down on a chair next to Makoto. Things that have become clear? Yeah. Firstly, it's clear I actually did go back to the past. It's also clear I've been jumping between the past, 3 years ago, and the present. And that I can change things. I had a hunch about it before, but now that I'm back here, I'm absolutely certain. It was no hallucination or anything of the sort, but actual time travel. I can go back to the past and change things. That means I can save Nito. Thinking about that again made my spine tingle. Also, it's weird, but you're the only one who can understand the changes that happened because of the alterations. While Nishigami and the others only know about the current timeline. Only you remember the timeline before the changes. It was something that stood out to me as strange last time, too. 2 sets of memories were coexisting in Makoto's head. Judging by Nishigami's reaction, it seemed that Makoto was the only one who experienced this phenomenon. Now you mention it. That's true. Makoto crossed her arms with a confused frown on her face. Why only me? Maybe because we were together the times I jumped back and forth between the past and present. I have no real proof of that, though. That's the only plausible reason I can think of right now. But Makoto being aware about the pre-change timeline wasn't really an issue. Actually, it was pretty useful to be able to debrief with her like this. I feel like saving Nito all on my own would be an uphill battle. Alrighty. I guess it's about time to jump back again, I said, having finished discussing everything with her. Wait. You're going back already? You're not going to stay here a bit longer? Nope. I'm worried about Nito back there. Plus, I feel bad for dragging you into this over and over again. Ah, that makes sense. The reason I came back to the present this time was essentially to check, just in case, to check whether the future really can be rewritten, and to check that I could actually return to the present-day club room after all was said and done. On top of that, I wanted to know exactly what had changed. Igarashi-san joining the club was a big deal, so this time I should have been able to get a clearer picture of the changes, and in the end, I was able to get the result I hoped for. With that in mind, I figured it was about time to jump back 3 years again. Sorry, but I'll be annoying you with my piano playing again, I told Makoto with a smile. It might take a while, so please bear with me. I'll try my best. Yeah, sure. Whatever, Makoto said curtly. Then, she lowered her gaze and paused, as if searching for her next words. So you're going back, huh? Her voice seemed to waver ever so slightly. That voice, trembling with loneliness, was very unlike her. What's wrong? Instinctively, I leaned in to peer at her downcast face, but Makoto lifted her head again, and in her usual curt tone, said, "Nothing, just do your best." Well, if you say so. I nodded and started to trace the melody with my fingertips. My 5 fingers clumsily picked it up. Still, I couldn't shake my anxious feeling. Why did she seem so lonely? Why did her voice sound so sad when I told her I was going back to the past? And didn't she seem a little distant? Wasn't her usual familiarity just a tad faded? It might just be my imagination. Maybe it's just because it's been a while since I've seen Makoto and I've forgotten what it felt like before. But, after thinking about it for a moment, it suddenly clicked in my mind. Is it because the past has changed? I redid the past and became friends with Nishigami, and to add to that, with Igarashi-san joining the club, I ended up making more friends than before the changes. Does that mean some of the time I used to spend with Makoto was eaten up by them? The more I became friends with others, the more distant I became from Makoto. I'm not sure how I feel about that. The time I spent with Makoto was precious to me. Was it okay to unknowingly overwrite and let go of those moments like this? But before I could delve deeper into that thought, light engulfed my vision. In the darkness, the light began to whirl around me, gradually picking up speed. Seems like I'd successfully played the melody again, as my vision slowly returned to normal, and gravity regained its hold on my body. Phew, I was back in the club room after school, 3 years in the past. The room was pretty much the same as the one I'd just come from, yet it had a subtly different feel. It felt like the vibe in this place has gotten a little brighter since Igarashi-san joined us. Well, the actual reason is that her stuff was strewn all over the place, making the room seem livelier by default. There were makeup tools, mirrors, manga, games, and all sorts of other crap scattered around. Honestly, it was starting to get pretty messy, but besides that, I felt like the overall atmosphere of the room was lighter now. That feels like proof that I'm leading Nito to a happy future, and I'm quietly chuffed about it. Just then, I heard the sound of someone running from the far end of the hallway. The racket was audibly filled with excitement. When the noise reached the front of the club room, the door was yanked open. "Ah, there you are, Megari." Nito, with a rare excited energy, burst into the room, carrying that momentum forward. "Hey, listen to this." "Whoa!" She tackled me hard. "That's way too much." If this were a Pokemon battle, the attack would have been super effective. Igarashi-san, who had been trailing behind Nito, was also speechless. Even she seemed shocked by this level of enthusiasm. Oblivious to our reactions, Nito took off her indoor shoes and socks. "Guess what? I got a message from someone who saw my video." "From who?" "From Mise." Mise. That name. I remembered it. She was an important person who had a major impact on Nito's life before the rewrite. And, by extension, she was an important person in my plan to save Nito. "Oh, Mise is a writer I really admire." Nito's eyes sparkled as she sat down and continued talking. "She's a UNI student now, but when she was in high school, she started a blog that became super popular. The creators she recommends, like new writers, musicians, and manga artists all get high praise. People even call them part of the Mise community because she features them. Oh really? I haven't heard of her. While my response seemed to suggest this was news to me, I, of course, knew about this beforehand. Mise was a critic Nito had admired for some time. Nito's taste in music and her sense of style seemed to have been nurtured by her blog. And, now that Mise had reached out to her, they hit it off. Later, Mise would start her own personal talent agency, Integrate Mag, and become Nito's manager, or her creative partner, and they'd begin working together. So, Mise-san praised me a lot in her email. Nito excitedly fiddled with her smartphone, before turning it towards me to show me the email. And when I replied saying that I'm a fan of hers too and have been reading her blog for ages, she asked if we could meet up. It seriously feels like a dream. Chika's been going on and on about this all morning. Aigar Rashi-san, looking exhausted, slouched in her chair. I'm so over hearing about Mise. But it makes me really happy. Clutching her smartphone to her chest, Nito had a dreamy look on her face. Seeing her like this, I smiled and said, "Good for you," before starting to think. At this point in time, when Mise had reached out, there was no sign at all that Nito would disappear in the future. Quite the opposite, she was at the peak of her happiness, eagerly looking forward to that future. And Nito was slowly gaining popularity online. The first original song she uploaded had already hit 30,000 views. Her new song that she just uploaded was blowing up even faster. Word had started spreading among keen-eared music fans that a seriously talented person had burst onto the scene. I mean, think about it. 30,000 views is amazing. Having such a massive number of people listening to your song is mind-boggling. It's hard for me to even fathom. Anyway, no doubt, after this, Nito's going to start facing some real struggles down the line. And eventually, it'll lead to her leaving a suicide note and disappearing. That being so, well, I'd like to meet her too. Mise-san, I said to Nito. Now that I think about it, I've actually seen her blog before too. I'm curious to know what kind of person she is. What's this? Do you have an ulterior motive? Nito peered into my face with a teasing look. So you want to meet an older university girl, huh? No. It's not like that. I just want to hear her story. I just want to get closer to her, just to be on the safe side. Besides, I barely know anything about Mise-san. I can't have ulterior motives towards someone like that. It's true, I don't know much who Mise is. Who Nito will be making music within the future. So, to be honest, I'm a bit cautious. Depending on how things unfold, I'm mentally prepared for a potential clash with Mise. But the one who answered my concerns was, she's really beautiful. Aigar Rashi-san, who for whatever reason, had a very disdainful look on her face. She's got black short hair and a great body. She's so beautiful, she could totally be a model or something. Oh, I see. And I think she probably lives nearby too. Sakamoto might be trying to hook up with her for a one-night stand. No way I'd go for her just because of that. Besides, I like Nito. Aigar Rashi-san knows that. Hold on. How does Aigar Rashi-san know so much about Mise? And why does she even know where Mise lives? Wait, Aigar Rashi-san, you've been following Mise's blog for a while too? Nope, I heard about it from Chika for the first time today. Then how do you know so much about her? 'Cause I checked out all of her blog posts during class. Huh? I read all 3 years worth. Figured out her address, real name, and everything. Hey, scary. That settles it. She's a total internet stalker. But why are you so concerned about Nito's relationships? I thought you wanted to stop being so dependent. Maybe it's time for you to start standing on your own 2 feet. Anyway, for now, I'll tell Mise-san that a friend of mine wants to meet her too, Nito said, clearly trying to wrap up the messy conversation. I can't guarantee she'll be okay with it, but I'll tell her. Oh, also, I've got a proposal for everyone today. Oh, a proposal? What is it? It must be about recruiting new members. There's only 1 week left until the end of the recruitment period. So basically, we're in a bit of a pinch. You know how we always try brainstorming here. But we always run out of time before we can come up with any good ideas. Like, we can't really think it through properly. Yeah, we always run out of time. Don't we? So Nito, as if she had a light bulb moment, raised her index finger. Why don't we think about our future plans at my place? She said it as if it was some kind of brilliant idea. If we keep brainstorming in the club room, we're gonna be limited by time. So, how about you come over to my place on a day off? Section. Gross, that outfit is so cringe. It was the weekend, and I'd arrived at Hojikibo station to meet up with Aigar Rashi-san as promised. She was waiting for me, arms crossed, and spat out those words the second she saw me. Seriously, you're all dressed up like that, just to go to someone's house? It's so cringe. What? Why? I couldn't help snapping back at her after such a surprising reaction. I mean, this is the first time I'm visiting her house, isn't it? And there's a chance I'll meet her family. So obviously I'd want to make a good first impression. We stood in the crowded station plaza, with all sorts of people in all sorts of outfits passing by, and I definitely stood out as particularly dressed up. I'd hurriedly bought a nice shirt and jacket from a fast fashion store. I'd even used hair gel to style my usually messy hair, and borrowed leather shoes from my dad. I'd spent quite a bit of money on my outfit, but I had no regrets. Today, after all, was the day I visited Nito's house for the first time. When Nito proposed the idea a few days ago, I instantly agreed. A frigging course I wanted to see Nito's house. Even in the 3 years of high school before the rewrite, I never once went there. Igarashi-san had no reason to say no either, so now we found ourselves on our way to Nito's house. I wonder what our room is like. Was it filled with stylish furniture, or would there be cute clothes lying around? The anticipation was swelling up in my chest. Fluffy, sparkling images filled my head. Igarashi-san, for whatever reason, gave me a disgusted look. Sakamoto, I bet you're thinking about how good Chika's room smells or something! Exclamation mark. How'd she know? Did I accidentally say it out loud? Nah, you didn't say it out loud, but it's written all over your face! Exclamation mark. She could read that too? Is she some kind of mind reader? Also, there was another thing bothering me. By the way, I turned to face Igarashi-san. Why are you wearing a tracksuit, top to bottom? It's like you're going on a school trip or something. I tilted my head in confusion at her outfit choice. She was wearing a black tracksuit from a famous sports brand and looked incredibly sporty. Despite seeming like someone who paid attention to fashion, she'd chosen a strikingly casual outfit. You'd expect her to be wearing some edgy makeup and a distinctive backpack, like an Ojikibo Yuatia, a character that appears in Tomorrow, I'm Someone's Girlfriend. She wears Jokenmeku, a maker style considered unique or edgy, typically dark, stylish clothes and a signature pink backpack. Then, why were her clothes so casual? You know, now that I think about it, after Nito said, "How about you come over to my place?" Igarashi-san seemed a bit annoyed. Why, did she have some kind of issue? Well, you'll understand once we get there. She sighed and started walking. Once you see it, you'll know why I'm dressed like this. Come on. This way. Oh, okay. Igarashi-san started heading towards Nito's house. I nodded and followed her. Section. Welcome. And so, we arrived at Nito's house and went to her bedroom. Welcome, make yourself at home. Oh wow. As the door opened, and took in every detail, I finally understood everything. The first thing that caught my eye was the mountain of clothes. That's no exaggeration. There was no way to tell if they were even washed or not. Unfolded clothes were piled up, forming a mountain on the bed. It wasn't just the bed, either. Pants, skirts, and other clothes were strewn across the floor. I could hardly believe my eyes. Seeing a girl's skirt spread out like that, especially one the girl I liked had taken off, I thought I might feel excited, but instead, my enthusiasm took a nosedive. It all just felt so disgustingly lived in. Not only that, there were books, manga, printouts, and other random crap littering the room. A thin layer of dust had accumulated on a nearby electronic piano, with plushies, a desk clock, and a towel carelessly tossed on top. It was no different for the study desk. There were empty disposable contact lens boxes, one visible earring, stationery like ballpoint pens, mechanical pencils, erasers, and a box of headache medicine peeking out. In a word, it was a mess. Nito's room was a bona fide mess, and would probably go viral if someone took a picture and posted it on social media. The only upside to this unfortunate situation was that there wasn't any leftover food or drinks left around. If a classmate came, one who only knew Nito as a model student, they'd probably faint on the spot when they saw it. If Chiyoda-sensei saw it, Nito might lose her position as class rep. And in the middle of this wasteland. Megari, this is your first time coming here, right? Nito was smiling cheerfully. Actually, this might be the first time a boy has come into my room. So you should feel honored, since you're special. Nito wore a comfy combination of a t-shirt and flowy long skirt, beaming with a bright smile at odds with the war zone around her. Haha. Thanks. Oh, just so you know, my parents are out because of work and my sister's at her university club. But don't go getting any funny ideas. Roger. Is she joking? Did she purposely make her room messy to surprise us? That must be it. I can't think of any other reason. There's no way Nito, who can create such delicate music, would have such a messy room. Haha, that makes sense. Yeah, it's obviously a joke. I'm sure we'll quickly tidy up and move on to discussing our plans from here on out. That's what I thought. But it's a bit cramped, but feel free to sit anywhere. As Nito said that, she used her nail-polished toes to move things on the floor aside. Finally, a space appeared, just big enough to fit our butts. Oh, okay. I finally accepted that this was for real. Ah, so that's why Igarashi-san wore a tracksuit. Excuse me. I sat down a little ways from Igarashi-san. Something's not right. Even though she made some space for us, I still can't relax with all the bags and printouts that were left behind touching my butt. And what about the room owner herself? There's no more space on the floor, is there? Just as the thought crossed my mind. All right then. Nito heroically sat down on the bed. Without any hesitation, she plopped down on top of the pile of clothes. Let's begin the first astronomy club strategy meeting section. So, as I thought, finding more members by the deadline with our current methods is pretty much impossible, isn't it? Guess so. Since we'd come all the way to Nito's house, we were all kicking back and occupying ourselves with whatever was on hand. Nito and I were playing a video game, while Igarashi-san was reading manga, and so the conversation just kept dragging on and on. Most of the first years should already know about the astronomy club by now, right? We've given out so many flyers, and those star cards have been up for quite a while. Oh, Nito. The enemy shooter went that way. Got it. I'm on it. All right. Well, if no one is applying to join, I think we have no choice but to change our methods. Looking back, I'd say our recruitment efforts weren't all that bad. Despite the club being on the brink of disbandment, we'd managed to attract a fair amount of attention. At least now, I think pretty much every student knows we exist. But we've yet to get any new members as a result. The only person who joined was Igarashi-san, and she's Nito's friend. That being so, it's pretty obvious that sticking to the same recruitment methods won't get us anywhere. But, you know, Igarashi-san pouted, her eyes still glued to the popular shonen manga she was reading. What's our plan? How can we attract even more interest than before? Maybe I could do some acoustic performances? Nito casually suggested as she finished off the enemy shooter. Look, the brass band and light music club attract people with their performances, don't they? If we can stand out like they do, we might still have a chance. Huh? Igarashi-san looked up. I don't really like that idea. Wouldn't it just attract people who are only there to see you, Chika? I don't want those kinds of people showing up. I only want people who I personally approve of to get close to you. Igarashi-san said that with such confidence. She really wants Chika all to herself, doesn't she? Does she really have any intention of changing her relationship with Nito? What do you think, Megari? After getting shot down by Igarashi-san, Nito crossed her nail-polished feet and looked over at me. Got any ideas? Something different from what we've tried before? I mean, yeah, About that, as a match ended, I set down my controller for a moment. I do have one. Actually, I'd agonized over it at home last night and managed to squeeze out one final idea that said I do have one, but it's kinda iffy. Might be hard to pull off. It's definitely iffy compared to the flyers Nito made and my star-shaped cards. This idea was kind of lacking, or rather, it's probably going to be quite difficult to actually put it into action. Well, it can't be helped. It's not like we have any other ideas, do we? Guess not. Yeah, Nito is probably right. There's no use worrying about it anymore. Then let me explain. I reluctantly began walking them through my recruitment idea. All right. We're gonna try recruiting a completely different group of students, not like any we've approached before. Section. After that, we continued to laze around at Nito's house, playing games and chatting. Next thing we knew, it was almost 6 p.m. As it was nearly time for dinner, we decided to call it a day. Okay, take care, you two. Well, we have an idea now, so let's start chipping away at it. See you next week. We said our goodbyes and left her house, heading home. So, thoughts? Aigar Rashi-san asked me on our way to the station. Now that you have visited your crush's room and seen the truth, how was it? Honestly, that was something that could flush even 100 years worth of love down the drain. Don't you think? About that, her room was definitely shocking. I used to think that girls were special creatures. Unlike boys, they were cute, smart, glamorous, and wonderful even when left alone. But that was a fantasy. I finally understood that real girls, just like us, can have messy rooms, find doing laundry annoying, and slack off with cleaning. Because of that, I think I might actually like her even more now. What? I feel like I've finally seen the real her. It's true my perspective has changed a bit. Sure, I was shocked, but strangely enough, it made Nito seem even more radiant to me. That's how I felt. Nito, who is just a human being like me, became such an amazing musician, creating beautiful, dignified music. I find that kind of moving, you know. She's not some otherworldly being, but a girl my age living in the same world as me. Realizing that simple truth, a warm affection for her began to grow within me. That's the kind of feeling I had. But it didn't seem like Igarashi-san got where I was coming from. Huh. You're joking, right? She seemed more disgusted than ever. I mean, seriously, I can't deal with guys who have a fetish for dirty rooms. That's not what I'm talking about. I yelled in a panic. It's a more normal conversation than that. I just saw a genuine side of Nito, and it helped me understand her better. Really? Igarashi-san still looked skeptical. Man, how little does she trust me? Isn't her bias against me a bit too much? Well, she looked away from me and let out a small sigh. And, as if murmuring to no one in particular, it's much better than someone who'd lose interest just 'cause your room is messy. Section. And then, the following week, astronomy club here. Our club room is on the 4th floor of the south building. Please join us if you're interested. As discussed, we were trying a new recruitment method, but failing badly. The recruitment strategy I proposed at Nito's house over the weekend had been a massive failure from the get-go. The proof lay in our whispered voices, so quiet they were nearly inaudible. In a stark contrast to our previous enthusiastic recruitment efforts, we did this one in near-silent whispers. We were in the North School building, where classrooms of all grades were located. Specifically, the hallway on the 3rd floor, in front of the second-year classrooms. If you're interested, please come join us. Stargazing is really fun. You can even come just to hang out. It was really embarrassing, handing out flyers to second years, whose doubtful gazes said, "What are they doing? Are they trying to recruit us?" It was incredibly uncomfortable. My idea was to recruit older students. Generally, club recruitment is targeted at first years, and yeah, we'd mainly handed out flyers in front of the first-year students' shoe lockers, and stuck star cards on them, too. But what about second years and above? I figured that if there were older students who hadn't joined a club yet, we could maybe snag some new members from that group. So we immediately printed more flyers, and made our way to the 3rd floor before school started. But, please consider, we would appreciate, please, It was just wishful thinking. Recruiting older students was just a pipe dream. We simply weren't able to hand out flyers. They probably didn't think anyone would be recruiting them. The second years just gave us suspicious looks and refused to take the flyers we offered them. It was tough. I never thought that recruiting second years would be this difficult. It's not like we were being pushy or anything, but just being around older students made me feel extremely anxious. I just wanted to go home, take a warm bath, play some games, and sleep soundly in my soft futon. It seemed Nito and aigar Rashi-san were feeling the same way. Even model student Nito, usually so composed, looked tense and was speaking softly, while aigar Rashi-san's face was beginning to turn pale. "Is she okay? She looks like she's about to faint." "She did faint during the graduation ceremony, after all." I sighed, glancing at the clock. "I think we're reaching our limit." We still had a bit of time left before the bell, but maybe we should start packing up soon. Sure, we were desperate, but there was no point in wasting time on recruiting methods that weren't working. Our club members were exhausted too. Perhaps it's time for a strategic retreat. Just as that thought crossed my mind, "What are you guys doing?" someone called out to us. A powerful, deep, husky voice. I turned towards it. "Club recruitment." For us second years. There was a familiar face in front of me. Short, neatly cut hair and a manly, well-defined face. A tall, toned body and a wrinkle between his eyebrows. And an aura of strength that enveloped his entire body. Ruio-senpai. I accidentally blurted out a bit too loudly. It's been a while. Haruki Rokuyo-senpai. A tough-looking guy who had spoken to me and Makoto a while back. That Rokuyo-senpai, with a group of slightly delinquent-looking friends in tow, had come over to us. Normally, I would have been intimidated and unable to say anything. I probably would have been too scared to do much more than force a smile. But in this incredibly stressful situation, I was relieved to be approached by someone whose face I knew. We were recruiting for our club," I started to say. "But we couldn't hand out any flyers at all, and we're in serious trouble. If we don't recruit one more member, our club will be shut down. But we just can't seem to find that one person." The words flowed from me easily. Maybe I was being overly familiar with someone I'd only met once before, but I figured this much was fine. We'd exchanged contact info after all. "Sounds like you're in a tight spot," Rokuyo-senpai said in a casual tone. But then he peered into my face curiously. "Wait. It's been a while? We haven't talked before now, have we?" "Crap, I messed up. We hadn't talked in this timeline." The conversation I was referring to happened 3 years in the future. It was with Rokuyo-senpai after he'd already graduated high school and became a UNI student. I was careless. My feelings had been hurt from the soul-crushing recruiting process and I wasn't thinking rationally. What should I do? How do I get out of this? Think. Think. Now's the time to unleash the full power of my dormant brain cells. "Oh, have we never actually talked before?" After a moment of deep thought, 0.1 seconds worth, that's the line that came out. "Sorry, I might be mistaken." "No, the thing is, I've always looked up to you, Roku-senpai. So I've, kinda been simulating conversations with you in my head for a while now." Talk about creepy. What kind of creepy backstory am I making up? Look, Igarashi-san is completely disgusted and Nito is looking at me with a seriously face. Rokuyo-senpai must also be at a loss on how to react. He's probably going to say something like, "You're annoying," and punch me, isn't he? Now the panic was setting in. I braced myself for the impending blow, reflexively stiffening my body. But what's with this guy? Rokuyo-senpai, for whatever reason, started laughing in amusement. "That's definitely a lie, but hey, it's kinda funny." Did I just manage to wing it? Did I seriously just save myself from a huge mistake with that? Rokuyo-senpai seems more laid back than I expected. "So you're recruiting for your club? Got it." Rokuyo-senpai grabbed a flyer from my hand. "Well, good luck. If I think of someone, I'll send them your way." Really? Thank you so much." I bowed my head slightly, and Rokuyo-senpai walked off down the hallway with his friends. but to send people he knows. Wait, really? Is he really willing to do that for me? Rokuyo-senpai. Nah. Probably not. I mean, there's no way someone from that crowd would want to join the astronomy club, but still, is it okay for him to go that far for us? Regardless, there's no doubt he said it out of kindness, so there's no reason for me to refuse. I decided to gratefully accept his words. Thank you, Rokuyo-senpai. Really? Section. That day marked a turning point in our recruitment activities. They started to come every day. Visitors came to the club room. Oh, so this is the astronomy club Haruki was talking about. Wow, I didn't know there was a club room like this. When the heck was this map made? Way before we were born, I bet. A group of second-year students, who looked like they were friends with Rokuyo-senpai, dropped by. They actually did seem interested in the astronomy club's activities, looking at the telescope and star chart with curiosity. Wait. Did Rokuyo-senpai really recommend us? Why do delinquents have a soft spot for their friends? Anyway, an opportunity had come knocking, and we couldn't afford to let it slip away. That's why the three of us tried our hardest to welcome them. Yep, for now, it's just the three of us. We're pretty flexible. You can join us and do whatever you like. I'll be doing actual astronomy stuff, but you can just hang out if you want. Honestly, I hadn't really interacted with many seniors like them before. They were handsome, stylish, or simply dazzling. They were seniors just like Rokuyo-senpai himself, outgoing types. Being around people like that always made me feel nervous. I felt inferior and couldn't really talk to them normally. The other two club members were also struggling to adapt to this change. Yes, thank you. We do things every day. We're planning to do some stargazing soon. Firstly, Nito was acting differently than before. When she was usually in the club room she was barefoot and a bit of a slob, but now, she had socks and indoor shoes on. From my perspective, it looked like she was forcing a smile as she interacted with the seniors. This feels a little off. Nito came to this club room wanting a place where she could relax. Isn't this the complete opposite of that? Next, aigar Rashi-san. Since she was naturally outgoing, she had no problem chatting with the seniors, unlike me. But, after the activities ended each day, that guy definitely had the hots for Chika. I feel like that person and Chika will eventually fall out. I seriously can't deal with hardcore party people. She was wary. She sized up each senior who visited, noting down whether they'd make a good fit or not on her smartphone. So, what's the deal? You wanted to stop depending on Nito, didn't you? It was pretty obvious, so I stealthily asked her that when Nito wasn't around. It's not like I'm being clingy or anything. Aigar Rashi-san insisted, looking pretty flustered. I mean, it's only natural to worry about compatibility between club members. All right then, does that mean you're worried about my compatibility with the seniors too? Don't avoid the question so obviously. Anyway, there were a few things that worried me like that, but now wasn't the time to hesitate. Me and the others somehow pumped ourselves up, pushing aside our worries, and kept going with our sales pitch. And so, the last few days were very busy as we did our final push, with only 4 days left in the recruitment period remaining. Section. In the end, not a single person joined our club. Once again, it was just the three of us left in the club room. I slumped my shoulders as I muttered to myself. So many seniors came to visit, but not a single one joined. That's somehow how things ended up. The number of students who'd submitted an astronomy club application to date was a big fat 0. In the end, the club still only had 3 members: me, Nito, and aigar Rashi-san. It felt like things went pretty well. Everyone seemed genuinely interested in the club's activities, and there were many seniors who left a good impression despite their unique personalities. So then, why did they just pay us lip service? Yeah, well, it can't be helped, can it? Nito said with a wry smile, her feet bare for the first time in a while. I think they were actually interested when they came to visit. From the conversations we had, I didn't get the feeling they were just being polite. I mean, yeah, it's tough to join a club in your second year, isn't it? Crossing her arms with a huff, aigar Rashi-san followed on from Nito. Like, they've been high schoolers for a whole year now, so their daily routine is pretty much set. Starting a new activity now, unless they're really drawn to it, would be tough, wouldn't it? Good point. Her words hit home, and I found myself nodding in agreement. The seniors who dropped by did seem to be busy after school. Adding club activities to their schedule now would be tough for sure. They probably weren't the type to just laze around every day. Until now, they spent their time after school hanging out with friends, working part-time, going on dates, or studying. It'd be difficult to change a routine like that, nurtured over a year, especially for the sake of joining some small club. Just then, there was a knock at the club room door. Oh, another visitor? This might be our last chance. As those thoughts ran through my head, I called out, "Come in." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Nito hurriedly pulling on her socks, but in the end, "Oh, you guys are here." The person who entered was Ruio-senpai. As always, he was powerful and commanding, with a deep, husky voice. What brings you here today?" I asked curiously. "Do you need something?" As I glanced over, I saw Nito removing the socks she had just put on. Wait, is it okay for her to be so relaxed in front of this person? How is she even deciding that? Nah, I was just thinking that I might have caused some trouble. Ruio-senpai scratched his head as he sat on a nearby chair. "My friends came to visit quite a bit, yeah? But I heard later that none of them decided to join in the end. Seems like a lot of trouble for nothing." "What? No. I blurted out at his surprise apology. "Yeah, there's no need for you to apologize, Ruio-senpai. Actually, we're super grateful that people came to visit and were interested in the club. I mean, if it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have had a single visitor till now. But I figured at least one would join. Guess everyone is busy after school." "Yeah, seems that way." Smiling ruefully at my senior, I nodded along with a similar expression. "Actually, we were just talking about that too. Glad you understand. They're not bad guys, you know." "So, what are you guys gonna do about the club now? The recruitment period is almost up, but are you guys planning to keep pushing until the last minute?" "Yeah, we're going to try at least." Crossing my arms, I put my thinking cap on. We only had 4 days left to recruit. You could definitely say we've been backed into a corner. But we had hardly any options left. I couldn't think of any decent strategies at this point. "Well, we have no choice but to keep going, even if it means crawling on the ground," I said to Ruio-senpai with another wry smile. "There's no helping it. We've just got to slog through. That's all we can do. We have no choice but to push forward, putting our last bit of hope into it. And if that doesn't work, I don't know what I'll do. I'll have to come up with something completely different for my Nito rescue plan." "That right?" Nodding, Ruio-senpai crossed his long legs, but surprisingly, he fit pretty well in the club room. "So far, everyone who came to visit kind of stood out. Flashy people in a plain room makes them feel out of place. Ruio-senpai, though, doesn't feel out of place at all. Instead, it feels natural for him to be here, creating a sense of harmony." "Why is that?" "Objectively speaking, it couldn't be more mismatched." "By the way, why are you guys trying so hard to protect the astronomy club?" Ruio-senpai asked curiously. "You were pretty desperate when you tried recruiting second years, am I right?" "Seems like you're most hardcore when it comes to recruitment this year." "You geese really that into stars?" Haha, yeah. That would definitely come across as strange. So I couldn't help laughing. "No, it's not exactly like that. Each of us has our own mixed reasons for wanting to protect this place." "Gotcha." "Like what?" Ruio-senpai, looking interested, turned to Nito and aigar Rashi-san. Actually, I sing and play the piano." Nito started saying, "I make videos of my own original songs and share them on video sites. I had this awesome idea of using this place to shoot them." "Gotcha. You've got the piano here for it, I guess." "By the way, what name do you use for posting vids?" "It's Nito." "In English." "Nito, huh." Saying that, Ruio-senpai fiddled with his smartphone and found Nito's video. He pressed play, and the song flowed from the phone's speaker. "Oh snap, 50,000 views. Sick. Song's really good too. It seemed he genuinely liked Nito's song. Leaving the song playing, Rokuyo-senpai turned to Aigar Rashi-san. And you? Why do you wanna protect the astronomy club? Aigar Rashi-san hesitated a bit as she looked down, but then she raised her head, as if she'd made up her mind. I wanna have a new kind of relationship. With Chika. What, me? Nito's eyes widened in surprise. I guess this is the first time she's hearing it, so it must have caught her off guard. Yep. Like, we've always been really close, haven't we? I think of you as my best friend, Chika, and I know you feel the same about me. But you know, lately I've been thinking that I haven't been relying on you in a good way. I've been getting jealous and hating it if I'm not your number one. I think it's becoming a bit of an unhealthy dependency, but it's also hard to distance myself, so I didn't know what to do. Igarashi-san looked at me as she continued. That's when Sakamoto was like, why not join the astronomy club? It would let us build a new relationship while still being close to each other. Igarashi-san's face suddenly relaxed. So yeah, I thought I should also do my best to protect this place. I see. Nito looked down with a shy expression. Her nail-polished toes fidgeted while she spoke. So that's what you were thinking. Oh wow. These two are flirting again. I might seriously start to become a Yuri otaku at this rate. As for me, it was finally my turn. I'm the only one who really wants to do stargazing and things like that. I want to become an astronomer someday. That's why I want to start doing stuff now, to give myself a solid base. And, as I thought about it for a moment, I decided to casually add something. I also have something I personally want to protect. That's what I'm working hard for. Yeah, I couldn't just leave that out. It's because both those things were present that I'm so serious about this. The regrets I left behind in my past high school life. In order to not repeat them, for the first time in my life, I'm living each day with everything I've got. There's no real point in hinting at that here, but for the sake of my own feelings, I just couldn't keep silent about it. I suddenly noticed. Nito was staring at me intently, eyes as black as night, shimmering with a glimmering light. Like glitter, they were staring at me as if they could see right through me. Wait, what? Why is she looking at me like that? Did I say something weird? Well, yeah, I guess I did hint at some kind of backstory. Got it, then I'll join the astronomy club. But, even if I did hint at something, isn't her reaction a bit strange? Just because I mentioned wanting to protect something, does she have to stare so intensely? It's not like I said anything particularly special. If I join, you'll have enough members, yeah? Did she misunderstand? Maybe she thinks I meant I want to protect Igarashi or something? Maybe she thinks I like Igarashi-san and I'm trying to support their relationship. That's possible, right? How about it? If you guys are cool with it, I'm down. If that's the case, it could be a problem. I only love Nito. That's it. I definitely didn't mean for anyone to get the wrong idea and cause any trouble in that regard. Maybe I should clear up this misunderstanding, huh? I feel like there was something said that caught my attention just now. While I was lost in thought, I have a feeling that Rokuyo-senpai said something outrageous. I stopped my train of thought and replayed the memory from the last few seconds. Got it, then I'll join the astronomy club. If I join, you'll have enough members, yeah? How about it? If you guys are cool with it, I'm down. What? I screamed and ended up falling off my chair. Rokuyo-senpai is gonna join the astronomy club? Seriously? Your reaction was slow. Rokuyo-senpai muttered under his breath, and smiled wryly. How long were you holding that in before screaming? Scared the shit out of me. Well, no wonder my reaction was slow. If you drop something like that out of nowhere, obviously my brain would need time to process it. Hey, are you for real? Yes, I'm for real. So how about it? You cool with it? I'm fine with it. Nito's tone suggested she was just as surprised as I was. I think everyone else will probably agree too. Nito looked at me and Igarashi-san. The two of us nodded in agreement with lightning speed. It's definitely surprising, though, but while I'm still intimidated at times, my impression of this person has changed a lot over the past few days. Despite having a tough exterior, he is genuinely kind-hearted and treats people like us as equals. If that's how it is, then there's no reason to say no. In fact, it's a relief to escape this predicament. I'm truly grateful. But why, Rokuyo-senpai? I feel like I'm missing something. Honestly, it's just a gut feeling. Haven't really thought it through. Rokuyo-senpai crossed his arms and looked thoughtful. I've always had this idea of starting my own business someday. My folks want me to take over the family business, but I'd rather start a business with my friends. Oh, starting a business, huh? Plus, his parents want him to take over the family business. To think there are people like that in real life. It's like something out of a drama. So, that means I'll have to work with all sorts of people. Yeah, not just my friends, but also people with different personalities. But everyone around me is just like me. That's true. All of Rokuyo-senpai's friends are the so-called outgoing type. If he were to start a business, it wouldn't necessarily work with just those kinds of people. That's what got me thinking about doing something with different types of people, but ones I can trust. I had no clue what to actually do though. I didn't have any connections either. So, when you guys were recruiting and we chatted, I thought, these guys are pretty cool. They're totally different from me, but they're dedicated. So, yeah. Rokuyo-senpai stood up and flashed us a refreshing smile. I'd be stoked if you'd let me join you guys. So how about it? Spoiler alert. The three of us welcomed him with open arms. We wrote Rokuyo-senpai's name in the 4th slot on the club member list. And just like that, the astronomy club managed to gather enough members. It was a total success, and the club's survival was secured. That night, as I lay on my bed, I thought back on everything that had happened. My days during those 3 years of high school, before the rewrite, always ended with bitter memories. To think that it would turn around like this, just by giving my all. The situation had changed so much, it still feels kinda surreal. I breathed out, closing my eyes against the glare of the fluorescent lights. Staring at the rainbow-colored after-image that remained on my eyelids, I found myself lost in thought. Nito, aigar Rashi-san, and Rokuyo-senpai. I would never have believed my past self if he told me I'd be in a club with such incredible members. Even now, it still feels like a dream. But it's not a dream, it's reality. In my second run at high school, my days are much better than the ones before. Well, we did cut it close though. Only 4 days had been left on the recruiting clock. If Rokuyo-senpai hadn't joined us, there's no doubt the astronomy club would have been doing so. Still, compared to the first time, when we couldn't even get to the starting line, the difference is like night and day. I might be able to save Nito. We might be able to reach a completely different future. The joy of that possibility was certainly there, but more than that, I was surprised. I was surprised that I could push myself this hard. And as a result, the situation had changed so much in less than a month. The smartphone on my nightstand started to vibrate. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. This unfamiliar vibrating sound. It's a call. I hurriedly grabbed my phone and saw incoming call, Nito Chika on the screen. Hello? Hello. Sorry for the sudden call. Nito's voice came through the phone I hastily pressed to my ear. Your voice sounds strange. Were you asleep? It was high-quality sound over Wi-Fi. Hearing it so close to my ear tickled my heart. Oh, no. No. I was just spacing out. It was sudden, so I was surprised. Good. I'm glad. Can we talk for a bit now? Oh, yeah, sure. What is it? What could she want to talk about? We'd talked on the phone a few times when we were dating before the rewrite. Like, when we met up or when we went to the countryside with our families during the summer holidays. Still, we didn't talk on the phone as much as typical couples, so I was curious why she went out of her way to call me like this. It's good about the club, isn't it? It looks like it's going to continue, Nito started saying. I never thought Rokuyo-senpai would join, but I'm relieved. Thanks for working so hard. No, it goes both ways. Thank you too, for helping me. You're welcome. I heard a muffled noise on the other end of the line, and the tone of her voice suggested she'd changed positions. Is she lying down? Is she lying down on her bed like me? I felt a little flustered imagining her lying on her bed in her room, far from here. To be fair, Nito's room is a mess. It's probably covered in clothes, and the actual sight might not be that pleasant. Still, there's a melancholic sexiness in Nito's voice. With her laying down like this, she seemed to have picked up on my agitation. "Oh, what's up?" You suddenly went quiet. "Ah, no." My voice went up a bar in panic. Well, it's nothing. Anyway, could it be?" Nito's voice audibly brightened. "You were imagining me lying on my bed and got excited, didn't you?" She hit the nail on the head. So much so that I was dumbstruck. I felt a sudden jolt. Sweat broke out all over my body, and I didn't need a mirror to know my face was turning red. But, after a moment's thought, I regained my composure. "Well, actually, that's exactly right." After taking a deep breath, I shot her a playful smile through the phone. I got so excited I lost the ability to speak. "Wah, yeah, because you're so cute. Just talking on the phone makes me really nervous." What? Even over the phone, I could hear Nito's embarrassment and could tell she was blushing. "Why, you're meant to deny it." "Yep, that's Nito for you." She'd make a joke, and if by chance I went along with it, she'd get extremely embarrassed. We used to play around like this a lot when we were dating. It's been over a year since we had this kind of exchange. I found myself on the brink of tears, overwhelmed by nostalgia. "Ha ha ha, sorry. It was a joke. I'm just messing with you." "Huh? What the heck is that?" "So annoying." I said I'm sorry. What the heck? It's so hard to react when you say something like that. Nito let out a geez in frustration. "Really, Megari, you do have a sort of way about you. Like, you're oddly comfortable around girls." "Huh? Really? Well, remember when we first met in the club room? You helped me when I fell over. Not many guys would do something like that." "Ah, oh right, something like that did happen. I suppose extending a hand to a girl they barely knew might have been a tall order for most. But then again, from my perspective, Nito was my ex-girlfriend. So, it's not that I'm comfortable around girls, but instead, I'm comfortable around Nito. So I feel like I'm being toyed with, and it's frustrating." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." "Are you sure about that?" "Okay, then." Nito's voice hinted at a sudden thought. "If you do feel bad about it, then there's something I want you to tell me." "Sure. What is it?" "Megari, you said you have something you want to protect, didn't you?" My heart skipped a beat. "What does that mean?" "Are there other reasons you want to protect the astronomy club that you haven't told me about?" So, that's been bothering her after all. About my slip of the tongue and the accidental hint I dropped. How should I respond? Should I just brush it off? Make up some other reason? Would that be the safest option? But sorry, I'll tell you about it eventually. After a moment's thought, that's what I said. It's something important, so I can't tell you right now. But I think I'll be able to tell you eventually. Can you wait for the explanation until then? I honestly didn't want to lie. I don't want to repeat the lies I kept telling myself and others during those first 3 years. Especially when it comes to such an important topic. And, especially when it comes to Nito Chika. "Oh, I see." Nito sounded disappointed. I could almost see her pouting right now. "Well, okay then. As long as you tell me someday." I have some ideas of my own as to what it could be anyway. "Really? I wonder if you're right." "I think I'm right." "No. Sorry to say, there's no way you could guess that I want to save you. That to do so, I traveled back in time 3 years." "Oh, right. There's another reason I called." "Huh? Why is that?" "I talked to the writer I mentioned before about you. A.R. Mise-san, wasn't it? The university girl who would later become Nito's partner." I had completely forgotten about her with everything that was going on with club recruiting. But that's right, Nito was going to meet her soon. "Yep, that's right. I'm supposed to meet her tomorrow. And it seems that Mise-san is a little interested in you." "Huh, seriously?" "So, please, let's meet her." Section. All of us live quite close to each other, don't we? As we sat in a quaint cafe near Ojikibo Station, the closest station to Nito and my houses on the Junior Car line, Mise-san smiled at us. "I live in Nishio Ojikibo, so it's within walking distance." She was definitely beautiful. Black bobbed hair, eyes that seemed to hold a galaxy, thin lips and clear, porcelain-like cheeks. She seemed perfectly at ease in this cozy little cafe, and I could see why Aigar Rashi-san had spoken so highly of her. But, beyond that, there was something mysterious about her. Actually, I might be a bit nervous, Mise-san said, smiling innocently again. I hardly ever get to meet high school students in person, you know. It had only been a few minutes since we met at the station. I really couldn't get a good read on her for some reason. Sometimes she looked like a calm, intelligent, and sharp woman, and other times she looked like a young, innocent, and carefree girl. Her tone of voice, expression, and way of speaking changed constantly, making it hard to keep up. The impression I got from her blog was the same. Since we were meeting in person, I quickly checked it out beforehand. The way she wrote, what she recommended, and how she approached her work was so varied that it was hard to believe it was all done by the same person. So for a while, there were people out there who actually thought that Mise might be a collective name. They believed it couldn't possibly be just one person running the blog, but instead a circle of writers working together. But, it was strange to see her in person like this. It's like her expressions and voice changing like that is just second nature to her. Well, maybe that's just how people are. Nito is like a completely different person when she's in class, in the club room, or when she's the musician Nito. As for me, I'm the type whose personality changes in the middle of an FPS game. Well then, hello again. I'm Mise, she said as she handed Nito her business card. Mise was in serious mode now. You told me before that you've been reading my work, but I write and manage a blog while attending university. That led me to writing reviews for other online platforms and participating in subculture-related events. I mostly identify myself as a writer, but I also have other ideas and plans about supporting creators and the like. I've been reading your blog since junior high. A very excited Nito eagerly butted in. Actually, my first real exposure to music was through your blog. I used to listen to all the music you recommended. That's basically what shaped me into who I am now, or, that makes me so happy. Mise-san's face suddenly became childlike. Really? Thanks so much. It makes me really happy to hear that from my readers. No, it's nothing. Oh, I should introduce myself too. My name is Nito Chika. I'm a first-year high school student and I play piano and sing under the name Nito. As Nito finished her introduction, they both turned to me. I guess I should introduce myself too, even though I'm just a background character. I'm Megari Sakamoto. I'm in the same class and astronomy club as Nito. Sakamoto-kun. Mise-san leaned in to get a closer look at my face. So you're using the same room with the piano in the video, aren't you, Sakamoto-kun? Yeah, that's right. After club activities are over, she sometimes shoots videos there and stuff, so I get to see it. I'm so jealous. She was back to her innocent mode again. I wanna hear Nito-san's music live too. Oh, by the way, I've checked out your videos too. Gotta say, I was blown away. It's been a while since I've come across such amazing talent. I've been itching to meet you in person. I'm so happy I could cry. Just as she said, tears started welling up in Nito's eyes. And also, I have a little proposal in mind, but for that, I want to know more about your life, Nito-san. And what your friends are like too. A proposal? Nito's eyes widened in surprise. Right. I know exactly what this proposal is. The same thing happened before the rewrite. Starting today, Nito will soar even higher as a musician. Meeting with Mise-san was that important for Nito's future. But there's one thing that's different from last time. I'm here. I definitely hadn't been as invested in Nito's music activities before the rewrite. I want to use that difference in a meaningful way to change the ending. The one where she disappears. As I mentioned earlier. Mise-san switched to serious mode and continued talking. I want to start supporting creators. The internet is full of young talents with amazing skills. But they've got to deal with all the miscellaneous tasks that come with creating. which can feel tedious to some. What's more, it's tough for creators with the same goals to connect. There's no system for like-minded creators to collaborate and support each other in their creative endeavors. Ah, I see. There might be something to that. Major record labels and talent agencies used to perform the role that online creators are doing themselves now. There are definitely some advantages to it, but there would also be a lot of challenges to overcome. So basically, it means that it's difficult for alternative cultural communities to emerge. I think magazines used to fulfill that role. People who enjoy content like that, both creators and fans, find it challenging to discover or create the works they love on the internet. I totally get it. Nito nodded energetically in agreement. The people I like are also all working independently, and it's hard to find them through connections, right? They seem to really understand each other, but I'm starting to feel a bit left behind in their conversation. So, right now, I'm thinking of forming a kind of group that gathers and assists my favorite creators, regardless of genre. Like a label to support creators who are individually active in various mediums, like music, novels, manga, and videos. Oh, that's a good idea. Nito, being a fan of Mise-san, seemed overjoyed hearing that, and her face lit up. Yeah, that'd be great not only for creators, but for fans too. When you recommend other creators, you can sense their consistent style, and it makes it more likely for me to become a fan too. Thanks. It's reassuring to hear you say that. By the way, we already have a name for the label. It's called Integrate Mag, which means integrated magazine. Anyway, here's the deal. Mise-san looked straight into Nito's eyes. She spoke her next words clearly. Nito-san, would you like to be the first affiliated creator? Wait. I need to talk to my parents about this first. That was Nito's response to Mise-san's invitation. From the outside, though, she looked absolutely thrilled. Her excitement was practically overflowing, and it was clear as day she wouldn't back down from her decision to join, even if her parents were against it. And, in the future, I knew Nito definitely joined Integrate Mag. In turn, her fanbase exploded, her popularity skyrocketed, and she became an acclaimed national musician. As things progressed, Integrate Mag also went through the process of becoming a proper company, and it evolved into a dynamic group of emerging creators, including novelists, manga artists, streamers, and fashion designers. This is where it all starts, I thought while watching the conversation between Mise-san and Nito. The movement that would have a massive impact on Japanese culture began right here, right now. After the conversation ended, and Nito went to the restroom. Awkward. Left alone with Mise-san at the table, I was feeling extremely awkward. What should I talk about? What's the right kind of conversation to have when you're left alone with a woman in her 20s? Talk about makeup, clothes, love? I had no frigging clue. I mean, I could barely hold a conversation with girls my age, so with an older woman, there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell I'd be able to have a decent conversation. Restless, I reached for my cup to drink some coffee, but the cup was already empty, and all that happened was I made the idiotic sound of me slurping air. Sneaking a glance at Mise-san, I saw her staring down at the table with a serious expression. She had a thoughtful look, like she was deep in creative thinking. It was so captivating that it made me even more nervous. Now that I think about it, was I kind of in the way? Wasn't it a bit thoughtless of me to butt into such an important conversation between the two of them? The anxiety was causing a sweat to run down my back. Actually, Mise-san said hesitantly, there are a few things I wanted to talk to you about too, Sakamoto-kun. With me? Yeah, when I listened to Nito's music, I was blown away by her incredible talent and amazing sense of artistry. But at the same time, her eyes wandered, as if searching for the right words. I also felt an indescribable sensitivity in her music. I think I understand. I definitely felt a shadow like that lurking in Nito's musical. Neither model student Nito in class nor life-sized Nito in the club room gave the impression of being sensitive, so much as pure or straightforward. But I could feel those subtle hints of sensitivity in her music, or to put it bluntly, a certain fragility. I think that's why the Nito 3 years from now was accepted as the mysterious genius. And so, I think that when a girl like that, someone who is sensitive, presents her music to a large audience, it naturally puts a lot of pressure on her. I've seen many creators who end up cracking under that pressure. Mise-san took a small sip of her coffee. I want to make sure Nito-san doesn't end up like that. She's pretty sharp, I must say. Just as Mise-san predicted, Nito would crack in 3 years. Leaving behind a suicide note, she would disappear from our lives. Right now, I'm sure nobody could predict a future like that. It was probably beyond anybody's wildest dreams that she would become a nationally acclaimed musician either. But this person, Mise-san, was the only one who noticed the signs at this stage. So, to prevent that, I'll give her my full support and take responsibility. But personal relationships, or rather, the relationship with school friends also matters, I think. She looked at me. Are you two dating right now? No, we're not dating. Her straightforward question left me stumped for a second. So, just friends? Ah, well. Right now. Yeah. Haha. Mise-san laughed at my slightly awkward response. She leaned her elbows on the table, looking at me as if at a puppy. You like her, don't you? I flinched reflexively. But, yeah, I guess it's probably obvious. It was bound to come out, given how much I'd stuck my nose in so far. And besides, I think it's better to be upfront about it here. I want to be involved in Nito's creative work as much as possible, and I also want to leave a strong impression on Mise-san. Yes, I do like her. So, I'm sorry for butting in like this. No, it's fine, it's fine. Mise-san shook her head with a playful expression. I'm the type who finds that kind of thing fun. I'll be cheering for you, Sakamoto-kun. You seem like a good kid. Oh, thank you. As I nodded, I noticed Mise-san's eyes darting towards a corner of the cafe. Curiosity piqued. I followed her gaze and noticed Nito coming out of the restroom. Well then, we should keep what we just discussed our little secret for now. Mise-san, looking cheerful, placed her index finger against her lips. It'd be nice if we could support Nito-san together. Yeah, I agree. Nodding, we shared a smile together as her supports. To be honest, there's still so much I don't know. Right now, there's a big difference between the Nito I spend my days with and the future her that disappears. I can't really wrap my head around the fact that she'll end up like that. But, I'm sure it'll become clear in time what Nito is grappling with, the pain she will experience, her worries and despair. I'll come to know these things. I'll see a side of her that I couldn't see before, despite my anxiety and the fear of whether I can handle it all. At least I'm not alone in this anymore. Thinking that way, I felt a little weight lift off my shoulders. So, these are the members of this year's astronomy club. It was the next day, in the staff room. Just 2 days before the recruitment period ended, I handed in the paperwork to my homeroom teacher, Chiyoda-sensei. We were able to get 4 people, which should mean the club can continue for the next year. Could you please check this? I handed over the application form. That morning, we all gathered in the club room to double-check the form, now listing the names of all astronomy club members: Nito Chika, Rashi, Haruki Ruio, and Megari Sakamoto. With this, I've cleared a major hurdle. Now, I might be able to stay by Nito's side. I might be able to support her. I felt proud, not for anyone else, but for myself. Even I could change my life if I tried hard enough. It might be the first time I've truly felt that way. As Chiyoda-sensei looked at the names lined up on the form, she sounded happy. I'm a little surprised. You pulled together quite the group, and even a second year too. Chiyoda-sensei, with her bobbed hair swaying, smiled brightly. She would be my homeroom teacher from my first to third year. She was strict with me, as I had a habit of slacking off, but she also had a good understanding of her students and had the trust of my classmates. Chiyoda-sensei is 30 years old. She moved to our school from a high school in Nito Chika when she returned from maternity leave, after having twins last year. Yes, everything's in order, she said, looking at me with her bright smile. You did well. I'll be supporting your club activities from now on. Thanks a lot. So, what about the report on your club activities? Huh? Report? Yes, A report on the activities that the club has been doing from last year to this year. As she spoke, Chiyoda-sensei opened a drawer in her desk and took out a student handbook. Here, it's written in the school rules, isn't it? The conditions for the continuation of a club. In that instant, I felt my blood drain from my face. The conditions for the continuation of a club were clearly stated in the school rules. The number of members should be 4 or more by the day before Constitution Memorial Day. From the previous school year to the above date of the current school year, there should be records of the following activities: participation in competitions as a club activity, presentation of research findings or activities of a similar nature. I was frozen in place. Chiyoda-sensei's expression darkened as I stood there, unable to utter a single word. Her voice was low and probing as she asked, "Are you, by any chance, not prepared?" Unable to answer, I simply nodded my head slightly. Today was April 30th. The deadline was the day before Constitution Memorial Day, which gave us only 2 days until May 2nd. Chapter 4. Stay Unforgettable. Everyone had gathered in the club room after school. With desperate hope, I was checking last year's club diary. But, no matter how many pages I flipped through, no matter how many new notebooks I opened, all I found were trivial notes of everyday club life. "It's no use." Muttering, I sighed and closed the notebook. As I thought, the club did nothing last year. No presentations. No participation in competitions. Still, I'd felt a faint glimmer of hope. The period we needed activity achievements for was from April of last year to the present. That means, for 12 of those months, the 4 of us weren't here. So, maybe the seniors did something. Maybe they did something that could conceivably be called a presentation, or participation in a competition. But those hopes were quickly dashed. For the past year, at least, the astronomy club in this high school hadn't really achieved anything worth mentioning. Well, to be fair, I had the same attitude during my first time in high school, so I could hardly complain. Damn it. What should we do? I couldn't help but scratch my head in frustration. What can we do to create activity achievements now? I'm sorry guys, it's my fault for not handling things properly. That's right. This is all my fault. I wanted to keep the club alive. To achieve that, I got everyone involved. Yet, I didn't check the conditions thoroughly? That's absolutely unbelievable. Sure, in my high school life before the rewrite, I didn't have room to worry about anything other than the number of club members. I didn't even bother recruiting new members. And my vague understanding was just, we need at least 4 people to keep the club from getting disbanded. But, no. That's exactly why it's my fault. Knowing that my understanding was vague, I should have checked that first this time around. Megari, it's not your fault, Nito said, looking concerned. She was sitting at her usual spot in front of the piano. You just started high school, so it's normal not to know stuff like that. Besides, I've been relying on you too much, and I didn't check it myself. Sorry guys, I actually knew we needed activity achievements, Ruio-senpai said with a face full of self-blame. There was this one time when my friend wanted to start a club. I knew the requirements, but honestly, it didn't really register in my mind. I just figured we'd already have some achievements. That isn't your fault, senpai, 'cause you just joined not long ago. Anyways, what should we do? Igarashi-san bit her lip and looked at everyone. What's the plan now? How about we just do some stargazing tonight as a quick solution for now? Ruio-senpai stood up from his chair and went over to the telescope. We can use this thing, yeah? So, with this, we can observe the stars tonight, jot down our observations in a notebook, and hand it in. Nah, they won't accept that, I answered while rummaging through the club's equipment shelf. I wasn't giving up just yet. Research results like that need to be presented to the public. Then, Igarashi-san pulled her smartphone out of her pocket. Let's check if there's some kind of competition happening tonight. I don't know if there's a competition for astronomy, but maybe. I looked into that too, but there wasn't anything. Honestly, there are hardly any astronomy competitions to begin with. I should note, things weren't like this until the year before last. Sure enough, we found traces that the astronomy club had organized a few presentation events before last year. During the school's cultural festival, for instance, or during the club recruitment period. Even during the sports festival, whenever the astronomy club had a chance to present, they would set up an exhibit in a club room or even turn the whole room into a planetarium. Apparently, they even pitched in to make those big cheering banners for the sports festival when the occasion called for it. That's how our seniors protected the club room and the club. But that tradition had grinded to a halt last year, and now only 4 people who don't know how to run the club are left in this room. Damn. What do we do? I sat down in front of the shelf, racking my brain. How do we even start building up achievements at this stage? I ran through all the possible scenarios in my head. We could try doing surprise presentations or organizing our own competition. Heck, we might have to just learn to make up some activity achievements if necessary. But none of these options were foolproof. If we failed, we wouldn't be able to submit anything to our teacher, and if we get caught cheating, we might be punished with suspension or something. So, in the silent club room, I continued to contemplate our next steps. A suffocating silence descended upon the room. We'd spent quite a lot of time in this room, but it might be the first time it has been like this. The atmosphere was usually relaxed and laid back, with no tension, like being in the cozy warmth of a futon. That was what the astronomy club room had always been. But now, the air here was thick with tension. It was hard to breathe, and I desperately tried to think, how long had this silence gone on for? Was it because of a lack of oxygen, or was it just me overthinking? Just as my vision started to fail. Well, I guess it can't be helped, can it? I heard a voice. There's nothing we can do. We've all tried our best, haven't we? The voice came from Nito, who wore a bittersweet expression. Yet, there was also a sense of relief and joy on her face as she looked at me. What do you mean? I asked her timidly. Does that mean you're saying we should just give up? Yeah, I guess so. Nito nodded and gave me a forced smile. Shouldn't we just accept that there's nothing more we can do here? No, there might still be something we can do. You think so? With the time we have left, it's probably too difficult. Nito said it casually, as if she were making small talk. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. In my memories, Nito was a girl who never gave up. Even when things weren't going well with her music or when she copped hate online, she never let it stop her. In interviews, she talked about how she sometimes felt like giving up, but she always found the motivation to sit at the piano and continue her creative journey. That Nito was saying it's too difficult. Are you kidding me? She let out a small cough. I'm really grateful, Nito continued, to Moan, to Ruio-senpai, and most of all, to you, Megari. She squatted down in front of me and tilted her head, peering at my face. You've been working really hard this whole time, haven't you? Leading the way and brainstorming ideas to protect the club. I mean, not everything went smoothly, and we failed a few times, but Megari, aren't you usually the type to not try so hard? You were the type who liked to take it easy, weren't you? Yeah, I was. How did she know that? I thought I'd never shown that side of me to her. Maybe Nito has a good eye for people too. Megari, you really gave it your all. Moan and Ruio-senpai joined the club because of you, right? If you hadn't tried so hard, we wouldn't have even had the chance to hope like this. So, I'm really grateful that you went that far for us, you know. Then, she looked into my eyes. And I'm sure the reason you worked so hard was, her eyes, deep as eternity, pierced straight through me. For me too, wasn't it? Nito asked me straight up. Sure, it was for your own sake too, but you also tried hard for me, didn't you? How did she know? How did Nito pick up on that? It's a bit comforting to know that she was able to sense it. I wanted to say that. I wanted to say that I wanted to save her. But I didn't respond. I didn't have the right to nod in agreement. Not after the foolish mistake I'd made, and failing to meet everyone's expectations. So, that's enough now. If that's what it's about, let's just give up. I mean, why not just make the most of the time we have left and have fun together, just the 4 of us? For a brief second, I imagined doing just that. Giving up on the club's survival, forgetting about our activity achievements, and spending the remaining days in this room, just the four of us. That really wouldn't be such a bad thing. Even if the club disbands, we still have this year to continue our activities. And, to be honest, Makoto and I were sneakily using this club room even after that. With the friendships that have formed among us, who knows, maybe things will turn out differently in the future. It doesn't necessarily mean that I won't be able to save Nito. So, Megari, Nito smiled again. It's okay. Let's give up on the club and spend the rest of the time however we want. I won't give up. That response came out almost unconsciously. Sorry, but I still don't want to give up. We've worked so hard up to this point. To end it like this because of my mistake, I absolutely don't want that. It's not your mistake, Megari. Nito stood up quickly. There were four of us, and none of us thought to check. Everyone's to blame. Even if that's true. I yelled before I could catch myself. It was the first time I'd spoken to Nito like that. I can't give up yet. I wanna keep thinking about if there's anything I can do until the very end. I remembered the thing that set all this in motion. It was the day of the graduation ceremony. Before the rewrite, Nito had disappeared. I remember the regret and despair I felt at the time. That future is waiting for me if I give up now. After giving up on so many things without any real determination during those first 3 years, that's what comes next. I used to think that effort required talent. I still might think so now, but that doesn't matter. If I give up here, Nito might disappear again. If there's even a 1% chance to reduce that possibility, I want to fight until the very last second. I have to fight. So, I'm sorry. I'll think about it a little more. Megari, I suddenly noticed Nito staring at me, as if in a daze. I'd never seen her make that face before, not during the current timeline, or before the rewrite. She had this vacant look on her face, but it was different from her usual absent-mindedness. What a strange expression. What is it? I couldn't help but ask out of worry. I didn't say anything weird, did I? Is there something on my face? I have a bit of a habit of doing that. Like when I'm having a serious discussion, I might have a runny nose, or when I'm deep in thought, my lips might be shiny from oily food in my bento. Well, it's not like I have the time to care about those things right now. I couldn't care less about my appearance at this point in time. It's nothing, Nito answered as if she was trying to dodge the question. She cleared her throat. I was just a little surprised. I see. As we were talking, the school bell suddenly chimed, indicating the end of the school day. Once that bell rings, we can't stick around in the building anymore. Well, there's no helping it. Let's go home for today, I said to everyone as I stood up. I'll brainstorm ideas again tonight. Then, tomorrow we'll put them into action with everyone and submit them to the school the day after. We should be able to make it in time. So I slung my bag over my shoulder and I looked at Igarashi-san, Rokuyo-senpai, and Nito in turn. If you could help me, I'd really appreciate it. Honestly, though, I have no clue what we should do. I was walking home under the dusk-laden sky. I trudged along the suburban streets, letting out a sigh and murmuring to myself, I seriously have no ideas. How the heck are we gonna come up with any activity achievements now? When I looked up, the setting sun was sinking towards the suburban area to the west. Recently, it felt like the days were getting longer and longer. When I was in elementary school, a year felt like an eternity, but now that I'm in high school, now that I've already finished high school once, 365 days feels like it goes by in a blink of an eye. Times that by 3 and it makes 3 years. I realized how difficult it is to make significant changes to the future in such a short amount of time. Should I go back to the future and think about it? A light bulb suddenly went off in my head. If I go back to the present timeline, time stops here. Should I think this over carefully over there? Yes, it should be possible in theory. If I can't come up with any ideas, I'll think about it over there until I do. Maybe I should even ask Makoto for advice too. As soon as I come up with a good idea, I can return here, and there'll be no time loss. I might only have a day left, but at least I won't run out of time before coming up with any ideas. But school is closed for the day. I probably can't go back to the future today. If I'm going to play the piano, I should do it first thing tomorrow morning. It'll be cutting it very close though. While lost in thoughts like that, I arrived at my house. It was old, and about a 15-minute walk from Ojikibo station. When I opened the front door and called out, "I'm home," I heard a reply from the living room. "Oh, welcome back." That voice belonged to Mizuki. She's a third-year junior high schooler, and my younger sister by 1 year. She's a bit absent-minded and carefree, and that's coming from me. For a second, I considered talking to her about what happened today. I even considered getting her input on getting activity achievements. But I doubt she'd have any useful advice. Can't be helped, I guess. As planned, I'll spend tonight deep in thought on my lonesome. I took her off my shoes and walked down the hallway until I reached the living room. And as usual, I opened the sliding door while saying I'm tired in an old man's voice. "Sorry for intruding." I heard a voice that sounded like a rolling bell, but it wasn't anyone from my family. As I looked, there she was, sitting on the sofa, a mature and refined face, and a petite and slender body. Her hair was black instead of gold, but it was still cut stylishly short. My partner in crime during my first high school life, Makoto Akutagawa, was here. "Huh? Why yes. That's me." Why are you here?" Makoto looked at me with a puzzled and slightly frightened expression. "Well, I came to hang out with Mizuki." "But, how do you know my name?" See crap. I messed up again. As she said, Makoto was originally a friend of Mizuki's. That's why she started coming to our house to hang out and we got to know each other. Shortly after enrolling in my high school, she started hanging around the astronomy club. And that's right. The first time she came to our house to hang out was around this time. I was so preoccupied with the club, I completely forgot. "Oh, from Mizuki. Yeah, Mizuki talks about you a lot." I tried to come up with an excuse. "And, Mizuki showed me some pictures on her phone, so I was just surprised." "Haha, sorry, I just blurted out your name all of a sudden." "Oh, really?" Makoto still looked suspicious. Even Mizuki wasn't buying it. "Wait, did I ever tell you about Makoto, Nichan?" she said in her usual carefree tone, tilting her head in confusion. "I don't think I've ever shown you photos or anything." "No, you did. You mentioned it before. I'm sure of it. I dunno. I'm sorry. Your brother just lied to you, but it's an emergency, so please forgive me." "Well, it's getting pretty late." Makoto looked up at the clock, as if realizing the time. "I should probably head home now." "Oh, right. Then I'll walk you there." I'll come too. It's getting dark." Makoto's house was only about a 10-minute walk from here. It's not far, but it's getting dark and it's not safe for two junior high girls to walk alone. Makoto looked at me with a puzzled expression again. "Thank you," she muttered under her breath. Section. "And Shimamura keeps dragging her feet." He should just confess already. Those two clearly have feelings for each other. Walking along the dimly lit suburban street, I watched the two of them as they chatted away animatedly. Sounds of television shows and cooking drifted from the surrounding houses, and combined with the scent of spring, it reminded me a bit of my own days in junior high school. But, while he's doing that, Makino started hanging out with other boys too. It's so hard to watch. I hope it doesn't end in tears. Our class has been getting along pretty well. The conversation between Mizuki and Makoto seemed to have defined roles. Mizuki vents her recent complaints to Makoto, and Makoto comments on them. That's the pattern. But seriously, are they talking about confessing or not confessing already? Even at the junior high stage, when I was in junior high, I don't remember people talking about that. Maybe everyone was just dating and kissing behind my back, but still. "Oh, by the way, what do you think of the seating arrangement in our class this time, Makoto?" "I think it's good." I totally understood why Mizuki felt like talking to Makoto about this stuff. Makoto has this aura about her that makes you feel like sharing things that you're not satisfied with or things that have made you feel frustrated. And yeah, you also feel like sharing the good stuff and the happy moments. But when you're hurt or in trouble, Makoto has this way of giving you a wry smile and saying, "That's a tough one." She's got a knack for being there as a listener and offering support. I guess that kind of personality hasn't changed since junior high. Even now, she was giving Mizuki a reassuring smile. Actually, Mizuki, your seat is closer to the window now. Plus, you're also closer to Nishiki. If you think about it that way, it's not so bad, is it? Ah, when you put it that way, maybe you're right. I suppose it's not as bad as I thought. Mizuki nodded in agreement to Makoto's answer. Also, Makoto, I'm so sorry. You've been forced to listen to the Sakamoto siblings whinging for so long. You and Mizuki will end up going to different high schools, but you'll still be stuck listening to my stories for another 2 years. Please continue to put up with the Sakamoto family. I appreciate it. Just then. Oh, right. I remembered something. Hey, Makoto. What is it? Startled at suddenly having her name called, Makoto turned towards me. Oh, right. Here, I'm just her friend's older brother. Sorry for startling you. Can I talk to you about something for a bit? I wanted to talk about all of it. My situation, and my struggles, with this Makoto. Truthfully, I'm not sure if she can come up with a genius solution that solves everything. Maybe expecting a junior high schooler to come up with a miracle idea like that is a bit too much. But still, I felt like I could organize my thoughts somehow. I've talked to Makoto for dozens, if not hundreds of hours at this point. Just talking to her made situations seem clearer. Ah, sure, I guess. She still looked puzzled, but nodded anyway. She's cautious and can be a bit skeptical at times, but deep down, she's a kind-hearted person. Thanks. Anyway, I'm in the astronomy club right now. It's about to be disbanded soon, so I'm trying to come up with activities to keep it going. A club, huh? Actually, we have to submit our activity achievements to the school by the day after tomorrow. It's either records of the club participating in a competition or presenting research results to the public, but we haven't prepared for either of those. What? Neither? And it's due the day after tomorrow? Yeah. I nodded and slumped my shoulders. Seeing Makoto's eyes widen, I couldn't help but think, yeah, it looks tough even from an objective standpoint, and clearly it's not going to be easy. But I really wanna save the club. I stood up straight and continued speaking. So, I wanna find a way to do it, Makoto. Do you have any good ideas? Let's see. Makoto crossed her arms and put on a thinking face. A competition or a presentation, you say? By presentation, you mean just showing the public what you've been doing or something like that? Yeah, I think so. Got it. Well then, Makoto said nonchalantly, as if to say, well, this is something you should have thought of already. Makoto suggested an idea to me in that same tone. So what do you think? Oh, but maybe you've already thought of that? Looking unsure of herself, Makoto scratched her cheek. If so, there might be something else you could do. I feel like there should be, Makoto. Without thinking, I tightly grasped her hands with mine. That's it. That should work. Huh? Ah. Startled again, Makoto's eyes darted about. I'm sorry for scaring you again. But I can't hide how happy I am. Oh man. I'm glad I talked to you about this. You're so reliable, Makoto. Ah really? Glad I could help. I was so happy I almost hugged her impulsively. Nah, I won't do that. If I did, either Makoto or Mizuki would probably report me. But, I'm that grateful. Makoto's idea was something that would solve all of our problems. And in a sense, it was an idea that our astronomy club could definitely put into action. All right. I'll let everyone know first thing tomorrow, I told myself as we walked towards Makoto's house again. There's no time, so I'll prepare as much as I can today. Tomorrow, it's all or nothing. Hey, Makoto, have you known Nana-chan for a long time? No, I just met him today. I could hear Mizuki and Makoto whispering to each other. You seem pretty close for having just met. I'm not sure why. I've already spent 2 years with you. That's why. When you become a high schooler a year from now, when that time comes, I'm looking forward to spending time with you in the astronomy club room again. Section. So, I wanna finish this by tomorrow. It was the next day, after school. Me, Nito, Igarashi-san, and Rokuyo-senpai were gathered in the club room. I finished writing down the idea Makoto gave me on the whiteboard and made my declaration. With this, we can make a presentation to the public. It should be recognized as an achievement and contribute to our club's activities. In the face of that, in the face of the brilliant idea I presented to them. Oh, a video, huh? Nito murmured, sounding impressed. Igarashi-san and Rokuyo-senpai followed suit, their journey to discovering an asteroid. And we'll upload it to a video sharing platform. We can for sure make this by the deadline. Why don't you make a video? That was the idea Makoto suggested yesterday. You should make videos showcasing the club's activities and your future goals, and keep uploading them to your own channel regularly. I've gotta say, I was genuinely impressed by that idea. It'd be perfect as a presentation to the public. If all goes well, we can kick things off by ourselves, in no time at all. Yeah, making a big video right from the start would be tough. So, at first, it'll just be an introduction, a video that summarizes the channel's purpose, self-introductions, and future activity plans. But still, if we set clear goals there, it could work. If we make our intentions for this channel clear, showing our commitment to keeping it going, there's a good chance it will be accepted. And, in this astronomy club, we have Nito. Nito already has her own channel and has uploaded videos that have gotten a lot of views. She said she does everything from filming to editing her videos herself. So, she should have plenty of know-how. If any issues pop up, well, I could always ask for advice from Mise-san as a last resort. On the day we met, she gave me her business card and said, "If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me." Even for the smallest things. That's why Makoto's idea was an absolute game changer and a perfect fit for us. By the way, Nito said, glancing at the whiteboard, discovering an asteroid sounds like a really great goal, and I'd love to give it a try too. But can we really achieve something like that as high school students? And also, why did you choose it as our goal? About that. Right, an explanation is in order. Originally, I wanted to name a star. As I said that, I thought back to my childhood. When I was a little kid, I learned that the stars in the sky have names, and sometimes the person who discovers a new star gets to name it. I thought it was amazing to give a name to a light in the sky like that. And, it would still be named that even after I'm gone. It really moved me. Even though I was just a kid, I think it was on our way home from a family trip. On our walk back from the station, my father told me stories like that as we watched the starry sky together. Every visible light from here, and all the stars that are confirmed to exist even though we can't see them now. Each of them has its own story and has been deeply intertwined with human history for a long time. People say you can't see the stars in Tokyo, but that's a lie. The night sky in Ojikubo was filled with lights scattered like a jar of sugar tipped upside down, and as a young boy, I absorbed them all into my small being. Lights that had traveled billions of light years to reach me. I felt a shiver run down my spine. My legs were shaking and I felt like I was going to cry. So that's when I fell in love with stars. As I researched more, I found out that high school students who belong to astronomy clubs occasionally find undiscovered asteroids. For real? Rokuyo-senpai leaned forward, looking interested. Damn, that's pretty romantic. I know, right? You can't just name it right after finding it. Of course, you have to observe it for at least 4 years. I shot Rokuyo-senpai a wry smile and added, you have to accurately understand their orbit, so it's impossible to name them while you're still in school. But, if you clear those conditions, the discoverer can name the asteroid. So, if everyone's okay with it, I was thinking we could set that as the ultimate goal for our channel, and if we actually do find one, it'd be nice if we could all name it together. Well, to be honest, it's half a pipe dream. Discovering an asteroid as a high school student in Japan is a big deal, and happens only a few times a decade, at most. It's something that even makes the news. Accomplishing such a lofty goal might be challenging in reality, considering the size of our club. Still, I wanted to set a goal like that now, instead of doing nothing because it seems out of reach, like the first time. I want to keep reaching and reaching with the belief that we will eventually reach it. That's because, at the end of this, the future Nito will be there. Okay, let's do it. As if determined, Nito took out her laptop from her bag. I wanna make a video. Let's do it together. I've got all the equipment we need, so there's no problem. Alrighty. Let's do our best then. Aigar Rashi-san, with a gentle smile, was the next to say. Count me in. I like stargazing, and making videos sounds kinda fun. Sounds good. I'm in too. Ruio-senpai gave a firm nod in agreement. Actually, that sounds awesome. Like a complete comeback after being on the ropes. Thank you. I nodded along with each of their answers, fully embracing what they were saying. Then, bowing my head deeply, I said, we'll have to work quickly. But please help me. Section. First, I started by breaking down the video structure. I had a general idea of how I wanted it to flow, the information I wanted to convey, and the specific visuals for each scene. We'll start with the title first, like this. We'll have a photo of the club room in the background and the title will appear. I put a table in the middle of the club room and was going through each point with the club members. After that, we'll make a big reveal of our goal. Then, I think it's a good idea to briefly talk about it and summarize our planned activities. We should make it clear that there's more to come after this. Everyone was listening intently to my explanation, which was heartening. I've only ever watched videos, not made them, so I'm anxious about whether this will work. If I get input from these club members, it'll definitely be a success. Then, we'll show off the club room and equipment, and wrap it up with some final words. Since it's our first video, we don't want to make it too long, maybe like 5 minutes tops. Thoughts? I looked up and asked everyone. So far, this is what I'm thinking, but does anyone have any opinions? Section. After deciding on the video structure, we agreed on the role of each member after a quick discussion. Video editing, Nito Chika. Narration, Haruki Rokuyo. Cinematography, Monai Garashi. Script, Megari Sakamoto. Internet Guru, Haruki Rokuyo. Producer, Megari Sakamoto. Thanks to our different areas of expertise, we quickly sorted out the division of tasks without any hassle. I have to say, I felt pretty satisfied with our setup. This, by the way, is just the basic role assignment. In reality, we've agreed to be a bit more flexible. If anyone has spare time, they'll help out the members who seem busy. Alright, let's get to it. Is my smartphone good enough for recording? I reckon I'll do some voice exercises. Everyone started working on their assigned tasks. Feeling encouraged by their enthusiasm, I also started writing the script on my smartphone. Section. Alright, good to go. Account set up, and channel created. Rokuyo-senpai looked up from the computer he'd borrowed from Nito. What do you think of this? I combined a photo of our club room and an image of the starry sky taken by our seniors for the header pic. Wow, that looks amazing. Igarashi-san, who had been taking footage of the club room, broke into a smile as she looked at the screen. It's kinda stylish. Wow, it really is. I chimed in, leaning in to look at the screen too. Our very own Amanuma High School Astronomy Club channel had been created on the popular video sharing website we often use. And, as Rokuyo-senpai mentioned, the header showcased a familiar image of the club room along with a mesmerizing starry sky. This looks really cool. For some reason, it was oddly stylish. There was hardly any decoration, just a simple combination of materials. Yet, somehow, you could still sense the creator's design sense in it. And there was an indescribable emotion attached to it. Seeing our own channel on the video site we always use feels surreal. It feels like we've grown a bit as people. Yeah, I think it looks great too. After me, Nito nodded happily. She stared intently at the header image. How do you combine these images? Did you edit them together? Oh, there's photo editing software on this computer. I gave it a shot, and somehow ended up with this. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Somehow ended up with this, huh? Isn't that the professional photo editing software that Nito uses? It's not exactly something you can just casually mess around with. Come on Nito, don't just accept it so easily. Section. Phew. After finishing writing the script, I took a short breather. Looking out the window, it was about time for the sun to set. Checking the progress of the production against the current time. Yeah, we're cutting it close. Will we be able to get all the material we need before school's over? It'll be a close thing. If we can just get this done, then we'll have accomplished today's goal. All right, let's do this. I can't afford to relax too much. There are still parts left to write. Opening the memo app on my phone, I started to write additional narrations for self-introduction and club room showcase section. And with that, we're done gathering material for today. The school bell chimed, signaling to the students that it was time to leave and go home. Honestly, we cut it close. But yeah, I think we managed to get everything we need. I checked the list and gave a firm nod. No doubt about it, we should have everything we need for the video now. All that's left is to edit and upload it. Once that's done, we'll have a club activity achievement to show. We can save the astronomy club from being disbanded. I feel a bit bad for Nito having to do more work after this though. Yeah, that's the only thing that bothers me. We'll need you to edit until late into the night. Sorry about that, but we're counting on you. All we had time to do today was get all the material together. Sadly, that meant the actual editing needed to be done at home. And Nito was the only one with the equipment and skills for that. So, I'm sorry to say, all the work from now until the draft upload was on Nito's shoulders. After that, we plan to meet up at school early in the morning and check the video together before actually publishing it. Yep, leave it to me, Nito nodded, though she looked a bit tired. Don't worry, I'll have it all finished and ready by tomorrow morning. No problem. Okay, thank you. I nodded and turned back to everyone. Well then, that's it for today. Aigar Rashi-san and Ruio-senpai also nodded. Now we're in the real home stretch, so let's do our best until the end. Section. That night, I lay on my bed, staring at our channel on my smartphone. There were no videos uploaded yet, and not even a single subscriber. The channel was an empty shell, yet to be filled. Yet, I almost felt like I could see it. I could see new videos being updated there little by little. Each of our daily lives taking shape, one by one, lined up here. Nito is probably in the middle of editing the video at home as we speak. I'm truly grateful for her working so late into the night. I meant to help her, but in the end, I was the one being helped. Once everything is settled and the survival of the astronomy club is secured, I really want to take her out and treat her to something as a thank you. I know what she likes to eat like the back of my hand. Whether it's fromage or Montana Blanc, I want to treat her to anything she wants. Phew. I rolled over and stared at the smartphone screen again. What will this channel be like 3 years from now? In the rewritten future, what kind of scenes will be captured here? When I imagine those scenes that lie ahead, I can't help but feel a mix of joy, anxiety, and a strange sense of nostalgia. Just then, an incoming call flashed up on my smartphone screen. Nito Chika. I casually tapped the answer button and brought the phone up to my ear. Hey, what's up? Maybe she's calling to ask for advice about editing. Or maybe she's calling to tell me she's done. Knowing her, it wouldn't be a shocker if she finished earlier than anticipated. But Nito's voice echoing through the phone was, "I'm sorry." Unusually stiff. What's wrong? I've never heard Nito sound like that before. What on earth happened? As my doubts crept in, my computer, she reported matter-of-factly in the same stiff voice, it broke. Chapter 5. Something about us. Nito, let's just talk for now. That's the promise we made before coming to the park. And there, right next to her house, was Nito. Hey, you okay? She was sitting on a bench, her head hung slightly. It was a little past 10 p.m. Darkness, like the deep sea, surrounded her. I'm pretty sure in the daytime this place is bright and open. Neighborhood kids come to play here, their energetic voices echoing in this fun space. And yet, no, maybe because of that, the swings, slides, sandboxes, and play equipment in the dark of night feel kind of distant, making me feel as if I've seen something I shouldn't have. And in the middle of that scene, Nito. She was wearing sandals that looked a bit like clogs, and a light t-shirt. She sat silently in a pair of comfy pants you'd wear around the house. She had a laptop on her lap, Most likely the laptop she was using not long ago. Everything was going so smoothly, she said in a terribly raspy voice. Her gloomy tone didn't match her usual self at all. I put all the material together as planned, and all that's left is fine-tuning and adding captions. So it's not difficult at all. Nito raised her head as I nodded, looking at me with pleading eyes. It was looking like I'd be done before midnight, and I could tell everyone I finished earlier than I thought. I was happily working away, wondering if everyone would praise me and how nice it'd be if the video gets some views, even just a few. Go on. I nodded deeply in response to her plea. Nito seemed really upset. That being so, I first wanted to make sure to listen carefully to what she had to say. Nito slightly lifted up the laptop she was holding. This laptop is really old, she continued in an even smaller voice than before. I think my dad gave it to me as a hand-me-down, maybe 7, 8 years ago, but it was working fine, you know? It never had any weird glitches or anything. Sure, it was a bit heavy, but... Suddenly, the screen stopped working. Nito dropped her shoulders. I think it's physically busted. I see. Nodding, I took a deep breath. I'm really sorry. Nito, her head down, sounded like she'd burst into tears at any moment. What should I do? At this rate, it won't be ready by tomorrow. Everyone worked so hard. What should I do? From the sound of her voice, I wondered if she'd already started crying. I felt a pang of pain in my chest. It's not Nito's fault, it's mine. Because I left the editing to her, we ended up in this situation. That's not something for you to worry about, Nito. I desperately tried to convey that to her. If anyone's at fault, it's me. So firstly, don't blame yourself so much. That's right, Nito shouldn't feel so responsible. It's mostly my screw-up that led to this, so Nito doesn't have to shoulder everything by herself. But that's not it. She shook her head vigorously. Hey. She looked up and called out to me. Amidst the radiant glow, tears began to spill from her large, gem-like eyes. Why did it have to turn out like this? That's when Nito started pouring her heart out to me. I thought things would go smoothly this time, but why is it turning out like this? When we are so close. I felt a small jolt of surprise hearing her shaky voice. What's wrong? You don't need to blame yourself so much. We were definitely in a pinch, and there wasn't a moment to spare. But something was off with Nito. This was the first time I'd seen her so upset. It's always like this for me. Nito's mouth twisted in self-mockery as I was left speechless. I'm so sick of it. Making everyone feel like this. It always ends up like this. I get their hopes up and then betray them, but I can't stop it. Why is it always like this? Always like this? Making everyone feel like this? Betraying them? I don't understand. I don't know what she's thinking, or what experiences led her to say those things. If anything, hasn't Nito more than exceeded people's expectations? But Nito, at the same time I questioned it, I also understood, these were her true feelings, no longer able to keep up her appearances, nor even care about them anymore. Her feelings poured out. Generally, I thought Nito was good at controlling her emotions. She was a model student in class, a laid-back girl in the club room, and mysterious and charismatic as a musician. I was able to keep her like that in my mind, and only once failed to do so. When she disappeared, abandoning everything, and that girl, no matter how hard I try, it's always the same, was now saying that, lips trembling. Even though I finally got to meet you, Megari, even though we became friends like this. Looks like we're getting to the heart of the matter now. What Nito is showing me now is a side of her I didn't see in the first 3 years of knowing her. And it's a side she's never shown me from the start of the rewrite until today. I'm seeing it, right now. I don't care about myself anymore. I deserve what's coming to me, but then, if we all gather like this again, I'm sure I'll just end up hurting everyone. I'll ruin everything for everyone. If that's the case, I should just. Even with a girl in this state in front of me, even in front of a suffering Nito. It was strange. My feelings were as calm as the water's surface without wind. Looking up, I saw stars dotting the night sky, shining through the silhouette of the buildings. The fleeting specks of light were like glitter spilled on black construction paper. The lights of an airplane flickered as it crossed the sky from north to south. There are so many things I don't understand. There are so many things I don't know about Nito, what she's dealing with, or what will happen to us from now on. But still, it's clear as day what I should do. There's no doubt in my mind. It's going to be alright. By saying it out loud, I reaffirmed how calm I was with such a serious problem at hand. It's obvious we're up against the wall, so why was I not panicking, or getting anxious? Quite the opposite, my mind had never been clearer. I'm sure we can figure something out. So, please calm down, Nito. I feel as though a switch has been flipped inside me. What does this mean? Why am I so calm? After a moment's thought, I quickly came to an answer. Nito is in pain. She might even be crying. So, what should I do? What was the reason I decided to rewrite my 3 years of high school? To save Nito. If that's the case, then now is the time. I'll do everything within my power. I'll confront the situation before me as the person I am. Now, I believe I can do that. I wanna check the situation, I said as softly as possible to Nito as she looked at me. The material is all still there, right? And the edited files we've made so far haven't been deleted? Yeah, they're on the cloud. She nodded, still visibly upset. I might not have been able to save the work I did just before it broke, but I can check the files from my phone. I even have them on a USB stick, just in case. So basically the biggest problem is we don't have a computer to work on. We probably can't use a family computer, right? Right. The only other one we have is my dad's computer, but he probably has it at work, and even if he had it at home, I don't think he'd let us use it because it might have confidential information on it. Yeah, that certainly makes sense. Handling company PCs is definitely a top priority for companies, and it's unthinkable for an outsider to use them. Even if it's the daughter of an employee. What about an external monitor? If the laptop's one is broken, we might be able to output the image to an external monitor. Sorry, we don't have that either. No worries. You also don't have a tablet or anything like that either, do you? I don't. Thanks. I understand the situation now. I'm really sorry. Nito's voice trembled again as she hung her head. What should I do? If we can't make it in time because of this, what am I supposed to do? It's okay. I took a deep breath. I have a clear understanding of the situation I'm in, of what I should do next and what I should tell Nito. I'll do it. I made sure to say it loud and clear, with all my strength, so it would reach her. I'll take over the rest of the editing. Huh? She snapped her head up. Her voice was stiff as she asked, Megari, you're going to edit it? Yeah, we have a laptop in the living room, so I'll just bring it to my room and work on it. You can send me the files that are on the cloud from your phone, and I can work from where you left off, right? But you don't have the editing software, do you? I'll buy it when I get home. They sell it online for people to download, don't they? They do. But so I'll beg my parents to buy it right now, and I'll try to learn how to use it as I go. But it's not cheap. Nito's voice deepened in surprise. She probably hadn't expected me to suggest that idea. I mean, yeah, it definitely isn't cheap, I admitted with a candid laugh, but there are student discounts, so it won't be too bad. Besides, we're going to be making videos regularly from now on, aren't we? It's not fair to leave all the editing to you, Nito. Sooner or later, it's something we'll have to do anyway. That's right. Nito will become increasingly busy from now on. As she becomes successful as a musician, she'll have less free time. The window of opportunity to ask her for help with editing is closing fast. So, I need to learn how to edit myself. No matter what we decide right now, that's going to happen anyway. It's gonna be difficult, you know. As if pressing her point further, Nito added, working with software you're not used to. I mean, it might take all night. If tough is all it's gonna be, then it'll be a piece of cake. I couldn't help laughing as I said that. You know, in this world, there are plenty of things that you can't undo. If a bit of hardship is all it takes to avoid those, then we're actually pretty lucky, I'd say. Ah, I see, Nito said, sounding as if she was chewing on my words. I thought I saw a flicker of light illuminate her face. Maybe the moon was peeking through the gap in the buildings above us. Okay then. Got it. Thank you, Megari. Please let me rely on you. Yep. Leave it to me. Please let me rely on you. Those words lit a fire in my chest. Just hearing Nito say them gave me an almost infinite surge of energy. I could pull an all-nighter, no sweat, or even work non-stop for 3 days. Listen. Nito stood up from the bench. She started mumbling hesitantly. Well, okay. In that case, I have a proposal. You see, today, it's actually just me at home. My parents are at work and my sister won't be back from her drinking party until morning. Ah, really? So, she started off, leaning in to peer at my flustered face. If our parents allow it. Would you like to work together at my place? Section. After a few hours of work, it was already past 2 a.m. The only sounds were the whirring of my laptop's fan, the clicking of my mouse, and the preview audio from the video. And Nito's voice here and there. We're a completely normal family. We were in Nito's room, at her computer desk. Nito spoke in a hoarse voice behind me as I faced the screen. My dad, mom, older sister, and I all live together. We're not a particularly musical family though, just a normal one. Oh, really? That's surprising. I figured your family background was more unique. My parents aren't around much because my dad works on a ship and my mom works in publishing. They're just regular office workers really. In the dimly lit room, the laptop monitor in front of me shone brightly, like a portal into another world. It felt like we were the only ones left on Earth, having an intergalactic chat with another planet. After psyching myself up for a possible fight with my parents, I somehow convinced them to buy the editing software. My random request must have taken them aback. My parents kept asking for reasons over and over again, and were worried I was trying to pull the wool over their eyes. But once I explained the necessity of this software for our club activities, and that it'd be useful in the future, they understood. That said, they were dead set against me going to Nito's house. I couldn't bring myself to lie, so I explained everything honestly. And copped an earful as a result. You're only 15 years old. And besides, she's a girl, isn't she? It just makes no sense. Not happening. All valid arguments. If I were in their shoes, I would have said exactly the same thing to my kid. There's no way parents would approve of high school boys and girls spending a whole night together. But when I didn't budge, my parents gradually started to get the hint that this must be really important. In the end, after Nito's parents and my parents talked on the phone and introduced themselves, we were given special permission to do it. For that, I can't really thank my understanding parents enough. After that, I spent about an hour downloading and installing the software before heading over to Nito's place. I'll do the work after all. If you lend me your computer, that's more than enough. I firmly turned down her offer and started doing the work myself. Truth be told, it was my mistake that got us into this mess. It would have been better to do it this way right from the start, without relying on Nito. Honestly, it's all my fault, so I have to take responsibility and fix it. So, after reluctantly receiving a tutorial from Nito, I had a rough grasp of how to use the software. I learned how to edit and arrange clips, and add captions. I had no problem with basic stuff like that, and I got a good pace going. Of course, in terms of quality, my work couldn't hold a candle to the parts handled by Nito. At this rate, though, I should be able to get everything done before the sun comes up. And so, as I continued editing the video on my own, I chatted sporadically with Nito. Moan is really special, isn't she? Yeah, I suppose so. I think she's probably going to be my best friend for life. We've known each other for so long, since kindergarten, right? Aigar Rashi-san told me. Oh, you two talked about that too. Why do you sound so unhappy? I'm just a little worried you might steal Moan away from me. You too, Nito? Oh, I remember when I copied Mise-san's hairstyle. Really? You had short hair? When? In junior high. I was really obsessed with her back then. But you grew it out after that. Yep. I was so in love with her that I was afraid I'd end up copying everything about her, from her music taste to her favorite books. I see. I would have liked to see you with short hair. Our conversation was random, From our childhood memories, to family, to Nito's relationship with aigar Rashi-san, and her admiration for Mise-san. Nito sounded sleepy, but for that reason, it felt like I was hearing her true feelings. Ah, this is it. Us talking like this was exactly the kind of relationship I wanted. I mean, I think I wanted it so badly I was willing to rewrite 3 whole years of high school. Then the conversation moved on to music. You know, I clearly remember the day I decided to dedicate my life to music, Nito murmured, as the clock inched towards 4 a.m. Oh really? Was there something that triggered it? Well, it's not so much a trigger, but you know, back in junior high, they told me I could play the piano in the music room after school. So, I started spending hours and hours every day playing and singing, and that became my routine before going home. As if she were telling an old story, Nito's words began spilling out of her. It was really fun. I thought it was more fun than anything else. Honestly, up until then, I hadn't really been enjoying life very much. Wait. You're kidding, right? Even Igarashi-san said that you were always amazing, even back when you were a kid. I could hardly believe my ears. Igarashi-san described her as a superheroine, like a character out of Pretty Cure. It's hard to believe someone like that couldn't enjoy life. Yet, well, that's not exactly true, Nito said, with a hint of self-mockery. It's not like nothing was fun at all, but everything I did was only a little bit enjoyable. Even as a kid, I'd wonder, can I really keep going like this? I get you. As I nodded, a thought came to me. Maybe she'd just been pretending all this time. Even now, Nito acts the part of a model student in class, just as she'd been playing a superheroine since she was young, hiding another side of herself in her heart. I'm truly realizing it once again. Right now, I'm connecting with Nito Chika as a human being, not as a genius musician, nor as a former lover harboring regrets, but Nito Chika as a person. But even for someone like me, even with all my issues, I really enjoyed playing the piano. When I was making music, it made me unbelievably happy. So, one day, as I was heading up the stairs to the music room after school, I had this random thought. Suddenly, a scene flashed in my mind, the dimly lit staircase in the evening, the faint light shining through the window, the smell of varnish, the posters on the walls, and the distant sound of shouts from the sports clubs. And in that scene, the hope reflected in her eyes. With this, I feel like I can keep going, Nito said. With music, I can keep on walking through this long life. Nito's voice was trembling. It sounded as if she was singing the joy of that moment, and a thrill ran through my chest. If we have this kind of relationship, one where we could talk about our childhood memories late at night, if we could keep things like this, who knows, maybe the future might change. I felt like I could do anything if it was for that. I felt like I could endure any sort of hardship or pain. Oh, by the way, I talked to Mise-san on the phone yesterday. Nito's expression changed in an instant, as if she'd remembered something. It's official. The creation of Integrate Mag and my affiliation has been decided. Oh, really? Congrats. I knew it was going to happen, but I still felt happy hearing the news. That's great, getting to work with the person you admire. There's nothing happier than that. Yeah, I'm really happy. But, what's wrong? Nito hesitated and started to stumble over her words. Her voice had never sounded like that before, and I couldn't help but stop what I was doing. Is there something you're not happy about? Like about the contract or something? Oh, no, nothing like that. Then, as if to no one in particular, she muttered, "Hey, I wonder what'll happen." She stared out the window at the lightless city as she spoke. I wonder what's gonna happen to us. Can we really get through this? The anxiety in Nito's voice was obvious. Beyond that hoarse and trembling voice lay her barefoot emotions. A metaphorical Japanese phrase rarely used in normal conversation. It's used to depict raw, unguarded, and vulnerable emotions. It's pretty obvious the author uses it here as a throwback to the title. She was already feeling uneasy at this point, questioning whether she could continue with music, or whether she could manage to live a good life. And she had failed once already, in her first high school life. She'd reached a breaking point somewhere along the way, leading to her disappearance. That being the case, It's going to be okay. I smiled at the girl next to me. You'll be fine, Nito. Really? Really? If anything happens, I'll help you. So, don't worry. Maybe I was going too far. Saying things like this might give away my feelings, but still, I wanted to express myself. I wanted her to know my true feelings. Thank you, Nito said with a soft smile. Okay then, promise me that you'll always stay by my side. I promise. Don't abandon me, okay? When I'm in trouble, come rescue me. Got it? Absolutely. Now then. I clicked the mouse and stretched my arms out wide. I glanced up at the clock. Nearly 5 a.m. The sun would rise soon. Looking out the window next to the desk, I saw the pale light of morning filling the city. Nito's house was on the 5th floor of an apartment building, and from here, I could see the school, the station, and the city of Ojikiba where I lived. The day was beginning. As we took another step closer in our relationship, a new day dawned for us. After I filled my lungs with morning air, I clicked on the screen a few more times. It's done, Nito. The video. It's finished. Wow. Just to be sure, could you check it over for me? Okay, got it. We switched places and Nito checked over the video. The freshly edited footage started playing on the monitor. It was a video showcasing the activities of our club, filmed right in our club room. I figured that this must be the beginning, rewriting our high school lives, with this video as the starting point. With exhaustion and a sense of accomplishment coursing through my body, I burned the flowing images on the monitor into my brain. Nito finished her final check of the video. Okay. Yep. It's perfect. She glanced back at me with a smile plastered on her face. You're amazing, for doing all this on your first try. Really? That's a relief. We managed to make it in time. Somehow. I'm really sorry. I've been a real pain. Huh? No. It's all good. All right. With this, we're done for today. Now all I needed to do was go home, take a quick nap, and show everyone the video in the club room. Once I hit upload, our activity achievement will be complete, and the astronomy club could continue. Phew. Feeling relieved, I unconsciously flopped onto the desk. Nito let out a short laugh. Thanks, Megari. Her voice was full of happiness. She took a small breath, and just like in response to my confession that day, from now on, let's support each other, okay? Epilogue. Wish upon a planet. There it is. That's the North Star. Which one? Oh, that one. It's surprisingly plain. Well, it's a second magnitude star. I thought it'd be, like, sparklier or something. It was 1 week later, on the school's rooftop at night. Ruio-senpai and aigar Rashi-san were pointing at the shining stars in the northern sky and chatting to each other. Ruio-senpai was holding out a star guide app on his smartphone to aigar Rashi-san. So, that's the Big Dipper, and that's the constellation Cassiopeia. The Big Dipper does kinda like a ladle, don't you think? Cassiopeia is just like a zigzag, isn't it? Didn't you learn about that in science at junior high? Our chaperone, Chiyoda-sensei, was standing next to them with a wry smile. Well, it was part of the high school entrance exam curriculum, if I recall correctly. Oh, I'm the type to forget everything once the exam is over. Studying isn't supposed to work like that. Chiyoda-sensei suddenly laughed and looked up at the starry sky. Anyway, let's leave it at that for today. It was a beautifully clear night. A deep ultramarine stretched out across the entire sky, with countless lights twinkling on its surface. Occasionally, patchy clouds would cover the lights, and towards the east, around Shinjuku, the city lights made it difficult to see the stars. Still, it was a good enough setting for our first stargazing session. There wouldn't be many places in the 23 wards of Tokyo where you can see so many stars. And, simply put, it was loads of fun to do this stuff with like-minded friends at night, long after school had ended for the day. For some reason, it made my heart race. As for me, I was filming them with my smartphone, aigar Rashi-san and Ruio-senpai looking at the sky, and Nito peering at the moon through a telescope. Honestly, though, it was too dark to be able to capture much. Since looking at the stars was the priority, we couldn't turn on any lights, but this'll still make for a good memory in its own way. As for the footage, I might need to put my thinking cap on and come up with other ways to do it. It'd be awesome if we had a setup where we could connect the telescope and a camera to capture the stars that way. Section. Chiyoda-sensei approved our video as an activity achievement. Yep. This will do. We were in the staff room, where we went to show her the video. Chiyoda-sensei, for whatever reason, had a happy look on her face. I accept this video as an achievement of the astronomy club's activities. The four of us couldn't help letting out a loud cheer. It was lunchtime in the staff room. We weren't really allowed to be noisy, and so the other teachers were looking at us with annoyance. But we couldn't help ourselves. SHH, SHH. Keep your voices down a bit. Also, about this video. Chiyoda-sensei continued with a wry smile. The quality between the first and second halves is different, so I hope you guys work on that. The first half and second half? Is she implying there's a difference between what Nito and I made? Well, yeah. Of course there is, but did she really have to point that out? I knew it. Even aigar Rashi-san agreed apparently, as she stood there grinning for some reason. The part Chika made is way better, isn't it? Ahaha, well, can't really do much about that. Rokuyo-senpai, too, just laughed away and didn't deny the difference in quality. Let's keep at it and improve your skills from here on out. Sound good, Meguri? Yeah. Sounds good. I mean, come on. This was my very first time editing a video, and I went into it completely blind. But, as she says, I'll keep at it from here on out, for sure. Also, in a slightly probing voice, Chiyoda-senpai said, this is just a suggestion. But, oh, what is it? If it's okay with you guys, would you make me the advisor of the astronomy club? Huh? My brain couldn't process what she was saying for a second. Nito seemed to be in the same boat, as she had a vacant expression on her face. You, as our advisor, Chiyoda-sensei? Yes. Chiyoda-senpai nodded to us. I've actually been asked by the head teacher of the grade to be a club advisor for a while now, within the limits of what I can do. I was a bit hesitant since I don't have much experience, but with you guys, if it's for the astronomy club's activities, I'd really love to support you and give it a try. She continued. Besides, you guys are going to have stargazing activities at night, correct? In that case, you need someone to supervise. It should be beneficial for everyone. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. We definitely need that kind of arrangement for students to meet for club activities at night. Fair warning. I can't be with you all the time because I have young children, but would you consider letting me take the role? Spoiler alert. We welcomed her with open arms. And so, Chiyoda-sensei became the advisor of the astronomy club. Section. There were also changes for future Nito. So she ended up disappearing again. As usual, I was back in the present timeline after the club's survival had been decided, to check on the situation. Motoko sounded like she was having a hard time saying it, and for some unknown reason, seemed apologetic. She became uncontactable a week before the graduation ceremony, same as before. Right. Well, I'd been prepared for that. All I've managed to do so far is keep the club alive. Actually dealing with Nito's issues in a more serious way will happen from now on. That's why I didn't think everything would be solved so easily. That said, but the contents of the letter have apparently changed a little, Makoto continued. The contents? How? Before, at a glance, it seemed like a suicide note, didn't it? That's how it was reported in the news, anyway. But this time, Makoto looked up at me and met my eyes. And with a kind of awkward smile, she said, apparently now it says please don't look for me. I'm going to live somewhere far away. Oh, I see. Nodding, I sat down on a nearby chair. Going to live somewhere far away. I see. Something warm welled up in his chest. For the first time, I clearly felt a sense of accomplishment. I'd managed to change the future by rewriting it. At the very least, Nito isn't dead. That was enough to make my hands tremble. Enough to make me want to cry tears of joy. Section. Now, back on the school rooftop, under the starry sky. Hey, Meguri. As Nito peered through the telescope, she suddenly called out to me. Thanks. For everything. No, I should be the one thanking you, I replied with a smile. Thanks to your help, we were able to finish the video. Honestly, If it weren't for you, the club might have really been finished, or, you're exaggerating. Besides, it's not just about that. Lifting her head from the telescope, Nito turned to me. You promised me, didn't you? My heart skipped a beat. You said you would stay by my side, didn't you? Well, yeah. I scratched my head in embarrassment. I definitely did say that, and those were my true feelings. But to be told so bluntly was friggin' embarrassing. The late night mood could have been the reason she was being so forward. You worked so hard 'cause of that, didn't you? As Nito continued speaking, she leaned her body closer to me. You tried to keep the club going, to be by my side, to protect me, didn't you? I was lost for words. How did she know? She was spot on. Just like she'd been the other day. That I've been working so hard to save her, to rewrite the future, and prevent her from disappearing. I decided to stay by her side. I didn't care how much hardship or effort it took to do so. But I was planning to keep all that a secret. I was doing it because I wanted to, not because I wanted Nito to owe me anything. And honestly, there's no way she would have understood why I wanted to help without first knowing about my plan to rewrite the future. So, I was planning to keep it a secret until the end. He, you're making a face like how did she know? Nito peered into my face. She seemed to be enjoying herself, giggling with a hand covering her mouth. I can just tell, you know. Oh, I see. Maybe Nito could do things like that. She'd make a big name for herself in the music world. She's a once-in-a-lifetime genius with an incredible sensitivity for things. From Nito's perspective, my thoughts might be surprisingly transparent. So, even if it was surprising that Nito noticed my true intentions, it didn't feel strange. But I like you. Nito took a step back. I like you, Megari. Hearing her say that completely threw me for a loop. My heart was pounding. Heat surged through my entire body. All the words inside my head seemed to fly away. And you, Megari, how do you feel about me? She asked, peering at my face. It was a complete reversal. It was the total opposite of when I confessed to Nito before the rewrite. There was no sign of tension or anxiety on her face. She was simply looking straight at me. It felt like the whole world was there in Nito's clear eyes, and what was flickering beyond them, in her school uniform, and her slender body inside it, in the delicacy of her fingers and lips, and the emotions hidden within her. I think this must be the world. Something profound that's still unknown to me. I like you too. I almost got lost in it for a second, but then I managed to squeeze out an answer. I've always liked you. Since the day of the entrance ceremony. Ahaha. I'm glad. Nito laughed, blushing a little. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, or like she was inviting me to have lunch together. Hey, let's go out, the two of us. In that instant my mind overheated. Joy, embarrassment, and confusion completely broke my brain. My lips suddenly felt hot, my hands started to shake. Of course, there was no reason to turn her down. Why yeah. Let's do it, I said, my voice shaking with determination. Let's go out. Yay. She stood up and bumped her shoulder against mine. A fragrant scent, like flowers, tickled my nostrils. All right then. Let's be boyfriend and girlfriend from now on, Megari. Let's take care of each other, okay? Why yeah. Let's take care of each other. I was acutely aware of the smile plastered on my face. This is crazy. I'm so happy. I'm so incredibly happy. How could things change so much from my first high school life? I never thought that such a happy future, way beyond what I imagined, would be waiting for me. Looking up, I felt like there were more stars twinkling in the sky than before. It was as if they were blessing us, and my heart filled with even more joy. But, are you sure you want me? It felt like a dream, so I couldn't help asking her that. There are heaps of guys out there who are much better than me. Is it really okay for me to be your boyfriend? It's you I want, Megari. I don't know if I'm really worthy of being told that. Of course you are. I know a lot about you, Megari. Nito took a step back, and her cheeks relaxed as she peered into my face. You can be kinda lazy and carefree, but you're actually a really hard worker. Am I? You can be pretty slow and not very perceptive, but you're actually very kind and considerate to your friends. You're giving me too much credit. I've got no clue how to react when she compliments me so much to my face. It's probably because I've hardly ever received compliments from anyone. Nope, I'm not. Well, if you say so. I'm not done yet, she continued. You treat everyone equally. You get along well with girls too, as friends. I started to feel a bit uncomfortable about what she was saying. Getting along well with girls, as friends. Sure, aigar Rashi-san and I are friends, but can we really say we're that close at this point? Makoto and I will become good friends, but that's a story for next year. And also, you're actually very caring towards your juniors, Nito said. You regret your own mistakes, and if you can redo things to fix them, you try your absolute hardest to do that. What do you mean by that? I was completely speechless and couldn't move a muscle. She had perfectly nailed the situation. She tilted her head with a puzzled look on her face. She walked over to me, bringing her face close to mine, and briefly touched her lips to mine. It was my first kiss. Nito giggled shyly, her cheeks turning crimson. It was an expression she'd never shown me before. You came from the future, didn't you? Nito asked me. Megari, you returned from the future to save me, didn't you? Afterward. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's Misaki Seijinamiya here. Honestly, I don't have many regrets personally. Of course, I make frequent mistakes, and there are times when I think, if only I had done things differently, the outcome might have been different. But I have a sense of satisfaction that I have thought enough and made efforts throughout the process. So, while I do feel down and get discouraged, quite often, I don't have many regrets. It seems like I'm living a very fulfilling life, doesn't it? Like living without regrets, like giving it my all every day. I don't lack confidence in that, but recently, I started to wonder, is that really enough? Because doesn't that mean I'm thinking I don't have any choices? Am I just living to avoid making mistakes? Isn't making mistakes and having regrets an important part of life? Isn't it through those experiences that we can create something? That's why this work, Ashita, Hardashidakoi, became a work that encompasses my yearning for those mistakes and regrets. The story begins after Sakamoto finishes his high school life filled with mistakes. Certainly, he regrets and feels down at times. The days he experiences in this story are surely very valuable. I want to portray that properly, but also, the other days. The days spent in carelessness and inertia. Those days are beautiful in their own way. If I can affirm those as well, Sakamoto might truly obtain what he truly desires. That's how I feel now. Youth cannot be spent without mistakes, after all. And so, that was Volume 1 of Ashita, Hardashidakoi. It follows the two previous works, the reader, the protagonist, and the two of us. From here on, and the distance of a triangle is endless zero. With heightened san, it feels somewhat strange, doesn't it? The distance of a triangle was a work that lasted for about 5 years from the planning stage to the present. During that time, I also worked on several other new works, but to start a new work with heightened san again, it feels both fresh and nostalgic. I have changed a lot over these 5 years. Thanks to the positive reception of the distance of a triangle, I gained confidence and a bit of ease in my feelings, but at the same time, I think there are things I've lost as well. The thoughts I had back then and the thoughts I have now are completely different, and when I reread the distance of a triangle, there are moments where I'm startled by my own behavior. Starting to write scripts was also a significant change. Theater is truly fascinating. I'm completely engrossed in it. I think it will have a big impact on my future storytelling as well. The world has changed a lot too. I never expected things to turn out like this. The world as a whole, including Japan, and even the publishing industry, within a smaller scope. I myself have gone through some difficult times, but there are surely others who have gone through even more difficult times or are still going through them. I feel that even the way stories are necessary for the world has changed. Also, the production system has undergone significant changes. My longtime editor, Mr. K, who has been with me for nearly 10 years since my debut, has moved to a new place. For this work, I collaborated with the promising new editor, Mr. S. With their completely different editor characters and expertise, it was quite interesting. So, everything has truly changed. The circumstances have changed since I worked on The Distance of a Triangle. Therefore, I strongly aim to make this work, Ashita Hardashidakoi, a work of myself in 2022. I didn't really try to follow trends, but I definitely wanted it to be a contemporary work, a work of a contemporary author. So, this time, I aimed for the best work in this situation. There were challenges and doubts, and there are probably some parts that are wrong, but if those things can ultimately contribute to the power of the work, just like Sakamoto and his mistakes, that would be great. I hope Ashita Hardashidakoi becomes a necessary work for you in the present moment. Well then, let's meet again in the next volume. See you. Indo of Volume 1.